Okay, Chair, we're now live on YouTube. When you're ready, would you like to start the meeting?
Thank you very much. Good morning and welcome to this Standards Hearings Subcommittee on the 12th of March 2021. I am your Chair, Councillor Cathy Gardner. Firstly, all participants here today are taking part remotely and proceedings will at times be live streamed via YouTube. So please bear this in mind throughout and be very careful with your language. May I remind members that the Code of Conduct applies throughout the proceedings. As this meeting is dependent on an internet connection and a power supply, in the event in a break of the internet connection or a power cut, please bear with us as we try to reconnect. After 15 minutes, if we're not able to reconnect, we will consider the meeting adjourned and we will reconvene at a later date. Democratic Services will liaise with those in attendance, but please also check the committee page on our website for details. Please make sure all phones are turned off or are on silent, and make sure all microphones are muted when you're not speaking to avoid any background noise. So moving on to the first item on the agenda is the introduction by the Chair. The purpose of today's hearing is to consider an alleged failure to comply with the local code of conduct for elected councillors of Honiton Town Council. I will now introduce the hearing subcommittee. As I said, my name is Cathy Gardner. I am chair of this hearing. I am an elected councillor of East Devon District Council and sit on and chair East Devon Standards Committee. Other Standards Committee members who are members of this hearing subcommittee are Councillor Susie Bond and Councillor Eleanor Rylance. Also present are two non-voting members of the Standards Committee, Martin Goscombe, who is an independent member and parish councillor, Bob Nelson from Broadhembury Parish Council. Also present are John Burgess, a complainant, Sonia Hawkins, a complainant, Tony McCollum, complainant, Councillor John Taylor of Honiton Town Council, subject member, Tim Darsley, independent investigator, the independent person Alison Willan, who was consulted by the monitoring officer for her views on the case, Henry Gordon-Lennox, monitoring officer at EDDC, Anita Williams, principal solicitor to advise the subcommittee, Rebecca Heel, solicitor in case the principal solicitor loses her internet connection, Wendy Harris, Democratic Services officer at EDDC, who will clerk the meeting. Also present is Councillor John Zazinski, the representative for Councillor John Taylor. I confirm that the hearing subcommittee is quorate. Item 2 on the agenda is declarations of interest. And before we proceed with the hearing, if any members of the hearing subcommittee have any personal or pecuniary interest to declare in relation to this hearing, we will make those now. And I will go through committee responses individually. And I think it's easier if I start with myself. I have a personal interest to declare, but I intend to view this hearing without any bias or predetermination. I have had contact with Councillor John Taylor in the past when he stood for election for EDA in, I think, 2016, but my contact with him was limited and I've had no real contact with him at all since then. Have you made a note of that, Wendy? I'll move on then to Eleanor. Councillor Rylance.
I think I have a personal interest. I'm acquainted with both Tony McCollum as a fellow councillor and with John Burgess, who I've done a few street stalls for proportional representation with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rylance.
Can I ask something?
We're doing declarations of interest. It's not really the point to ask questions. People need to just make their declarations.
I was trying to ask the first one. You haven't listed who the legal officer is. Who is the legal officer, please?
I did actually read out those present and their roles. We have obviously the monitoring officer, Henry Gordon-Lennox, it will be presenting. Yeah. But we also have Anita Williams, who's the principal solicitor, and she will be advising the subcommittee.
Thank you. That's the legal officer. Thank you very much.
Yes. Going back to declarations of interest, Councillor Bond, do you have anything to comment?
Yes, so Tony McCollum is obviously East Devon District Councillor, as am I, and I've had correspondence with the subject member, but before 2016 when he lived in my ward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also obviously know Councillor McCollum as a member of EDDC. Councillor Taylor, you're waving your hand there.
Yes, for legal reasons, I have to put things in here if this is acceptable. I note your chair declaration of interest. I would have mentioned it otherwise. I note Councillor Rylance's declaration of interest, but I note she hasn't mentioned a posting that she made approximately 10 days ago on her Facebook page, which I believe is prejudicial. And I'm not going to read it out because, well, I could read it out. And I got it. I just think it's prejudicial.
Could I just interject at this point, please? Through you, Chair, that had absolutely
Yes, can
nothing
we please
to do
make
with
sure
this case.
all comments must be directed through the chair, and at this point we're declaring interest from members of the committee.
Yeah.
Councillor Rylance, please make a short comment, otherwise I think we will move on with it.
That posting had absolutely nothing to do with this case. Nothing.
Thank you, Councillor Rylance. Any other declarations from members of the subcommittee? I don't see any other hands being.
No.
This time I can at least see people's hands on the screen, and I will look for yellow hands on the screen as well if people need to speak. Thank you. If all those declarations have been noted, we'll move on to item 3, consideration of whether the hearing should be in public or private. The expectation of the procedure is that determination of hearings should be in public unless there are good reasons for it not to be. There have been no requests for the meeting to be held in private, and the subject member has requested for it to be in public. This is a final opportunity for consideration to be given whether the matter should be conducted in private or not. Are there any such requests? No. Thank you. I'm now going to explain the reason for this hearing and to outline the procedure that we will follow. Please bear with me because I have a lot of script to read out at this point. The reason a hearing is being held is that following an investigation where a breach was found, it has not been possible to find a resolution to the complaint. Consequently, the complaint progresses to the last stage of the process, which is consideration by this subcommittee. The role of the subcommittee is to reach decisions on 3 key issues relating to the investigation report completed by the monitoring officer's behalf by Tim Darsley. The hearing will be conducted so as to 1, determine findings of fact, section 5 of the investigator's report, agenda pages 21 to 32, with reference to the subject member's comments contained at document 19 and appendix E, agenda pages 138 to 214. 2, consider the investigator's reasoning as to why he has concluded that there is a breach of the Code of Conduct, section 6 of the investigator's report, agenda pages 33 to 40, and consider the subject member's position as detailed in document 19 and appendix E, agenda pages 138 to 214. And 3, determine whether Councillor John Taylor has breached the Honiton Town Council's Code of Conduct. In the event of the subcommittee finding a breach of the Code of Conduct, members of the committee will have to decide whether a sanction should be imposed, and if so, what sanction is appropriate. As to the procedure, I must stress this hearing does not follow formal legal proceedings, and we do not permit formal cross-examination. I will first ask the monitoring officer, Henry Gordon-Lennox, to present the pre-hearing summary report. I will then ask Tim Darsley, as the investigator, to make representations in support of his report and to comment further on his view that there has been a breach of the Code of Conduct. I must say that we, as the subcommittee, are not bound by Mr. Darsley's findings of fact. The subcommittee may reach a different conclusion, having heard the representations today. After Mr. Darsley has summarised, I will ask Councillor John Taylor whether there are any matters on those findings of fact or on Mr. Darsley's assessment of there being a breach of the Code of Conduct, which he would like me to put to Mr. Darsley. After that, my colleagues on the committee and or the monitoring officer are welcome to put any matters to Mr. Darsley. Councillor John Taylor or his representative will then be invited to make representations in support of the facts concerned and whether or not the evidence gives rise to a breach of the Code of Conduct. When Councillor Taylor has finished, I will ask Mr. Darsley whether there are any questions that he thinks should be put to Councillor Taylor. After that, my colleagues on the committee and or the monitoring officer are welcome to put any matters to Councillor Taylor through me as chair. The complainants, John Burgess, Sonia Hawkins and or Tony McCollum, will then be invited to comment on representations made by Mr. Darsley and Councillor Taylor. Finally, I will ask for the views of Mrs. Willem as the independent person. The subcommittee will then retire to a separate meeting to deliberate on the evidence and representations in private session before returning to state their decision as to whether there has been a breach of the Code of Conduct. If the decision is that the member has not failed to follow the code, the hearing will be concluded. If the decision is that Councillor Taylor has failed to follow the code, the subcommittee will hear further representations from Mr. Darsley, Mr. Gordon Lennox as the monitoring officer, and Councillor John Taylor, following which they will retire again to consider if a sanction should apply, and if so, what that sanction should be. In both instances, a decision notice will be prepared following the hearing. I may ask Ms. Williams, the legal advisor to the subcommittee, for procedural advice at any stage of the hearing. Should we require Ms. Williams to give advice to us in closed sessions, Ms. Williams will repeat her advice to us in open session when we resume. Before we move on to that question and then into the hearing itself, does everyone understand the procedure for this hearing? And does anyone wish to ask a question about it?
So, can I ask?
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, so we're on section 14 now, are we, of the procedure?
I don't have that section in front of me. This is
page 134, 135, 136. Where are we in the general principles, please?
I'm at present outlining the process that the hearing will follow today.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. I don't know where we're at. Okay. Thank you.
Chair, if it helps,
Yes.
it is. We're in section D of the procedure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Henry. I have enough pieces of paper in front of me. I don't have that one. I will seek to ensure that there are appropriate breaks during the proceedings. We'll have a break at mid-morning to allow us to have just a bit of time away from the screen and perhaps get ourselves a cup of coffee. And appropriate breaks during the day. We will have a lunch break and a break mid-afternoon. And I may also have other breaks if I feel appropriate. I know these Zoom meetings are quite intense for those of us who are on all the time going into private session as well. But obviously the more breaks we have, the longer the whole process takes. So it has to be a balance. If the subject member requires a break to have the opportunity to liaise with his representative, obviously Councillor Taylor and Councillor Zarzinski are able to do that, and you need to do that in private. And we may need to have a break in the proceedings to allow you to talk. So please indicate if you wish to do so. I also make sure that in the proceedings there are times, where we can have a break. And please, if you need a break for personal reasons, do let me know, and we will endeavour to allow that to happen.
Thank you.
Please always remember to have your microphones on mute during the process, because shuffling papers, putting down cups of coffee, it will of course interrupt the microphone. So any further questions? If not, I think we will move on to the first stage. My aim will be to perhaps try and have a break for coffee around 10:30-ish, depending on where we are in the proceedings. So we'll just keep an eye on the clock, and so we can make some progress. So we will now move on to the hearing stage. We're now in the hearing stage of the subcommittee. I now call on our monitoring officer, Mr. Gordon Lennox, to deal with the pre-hearing summary report. Henry.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. I don't think there's going to be much benefit me repeating much of what is in the investigating officer's report and indeed in Councillor Taylor's submissions. The covering report explains the background to this complaint and the obligations on this subcommittee in terms of what it needs to be considering, which of course the Chair has just repeated to you. I think it's worth just making a couple of comments in light of some of the comments that are made in Councillor Taylor's documentation that he's put in. Firstly, that is in relation to the bundling of these complaints as it's been termed. And the reason for that, and to reassure the committee, I suppose, is that all three complainants effectively refer to exactly the same set of facts, which is the COVID compliance document. And so therefore, given that it is that document in particular that is at issue, it seems sensible for them to be bundled together, not least because of the public expense of considering the same matter 3 separate times. But of course, it would also have necessitated 3 separate findings. So the logic behind putting them together is that they all stem from the same set of facts. And the other comment really is about Mr. McCullum as a complainant. Obviously, 2 of the complainants are unconnected, if I can put it that way, with East Devon District Council. By way of the declarations this morning, the members obviously are aware that Tony McCullum is also an East Devon District Councillor. However, this complaint was made entirely in his personal capacity, and councillor, from my perspective at least, is irrelevant to the consideration of this complaint. He submitted it as Tony McCullum, Mr. Tony or Anthony McCullum, and I presuppose it was in his capacity as an employee of Honiton Town Council. So yes, finally, just to repeat, Chair, if I may, that paragraph 1.8 of the my covering report, at least, that sets out the 3 aspects that this committee need to be looking at, and I would obviously endorse that you do that. So I'm happy to take any questions, but I appreciate that will probably become clear as the hearing progresses. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. I'll now move on to ask the investigating officer, Mr. Darsley, to summarise his findings of fact and his views on whether there's been a breach of the code of conduct. We will proceed on the basis that we have all read his report. So what I want to concentrate on are the key issues. As I said, we're not bound by Mr. Darsley's findings of fact. The subcommittee may reach a different conclusion. Mr. Darsley, would you please summarise your findings of fact in this case?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've investigated complaints by John Burgess, Sonia Hawkins and Tony McCullum about the conduct of Councillor John Taylor. The complaints are of disrespect and bullying towards Tony McCullum, who was the Town Council's Town Development Manager. The relevant conduct took place in May and June 2020 and included a meeting in Honiton High Street, the preparation of a COVID compliance proposal, and a letter to Mr. Harding of East Devon District Council. I'd like to emphasise that the matter before us and the subject of my investigation are the 3 complaints made about the conduct of Councillor Taylor. Accusations raised by Councillor Taylor about the conduct of others are outside this scope and would need to be pursued as separate matters. I've set out my findings of fact in section 5. Most of the relevant events are a matter of record, but I did make findings on whether Mr. McCullum had been told to prepare a report on reopening the market and on what happened at the meeting in the High Street. I've assessed Councillor Taylor's conduct in relation to the Town Council's Code of Conduct. As the Town Development Manager, Tony McCullum had been asked to investigate how the market could be reopened. In late May, he was working on this with Councillor James Wyatt. The 2 had arranged to meet in the High Street on the 28th of May to progress matters. Councillor Zarzinski thought he knew what Mr. McCullum was going to be concluding, and he did not agree with this. He asked Councillor Taylor to attend the meeting, but did not inform Mr. McCullum or Councillor Wyatt of this. Councillor Taylor involved himself in the meeting. He told Mr. McCullum that he should have produced a report weeks ago. There was no foundation for this. I found that criticising Mr. McCullum in front of market traders and his assistant was disrespectful and undermining to him. Although Councillor Wyatt had briefed councillors on the outcome of the meeting and the progress of their work, Councillor Taylor wrote up and submitted his own version of the meeting. As well as giving his own firm conclusions, he used the note to criticise Mr. McCullum and his work. Councillor Wyatt submitted the report on reopening the market that he had prepared with Mr. McCullum. Councillor Zarzinski did not forward it to councillors and thereafter ignored it. Meanwhile, Councillor Taylor prepared what he called a COVID compliance proposal. He included in this his previous criticisms of Mr. McCullum and 2 more. These included comments on the length of Mr. McCullum's leave, his voting as an East Devon councillor, making no effort, failing to pursue work, making a dumb proposal, having a conflict of interests, and blatantly discriminating. He called for copies of his correspondence with the District Council. Taken together, the comments were discourteous, rude, and insulting. They demeaned Mr. McCullum personally and criticised his competence at work. I consider they were malicious and were intended to undermine Mr. McCullum in his role as Town Development Manager. The comments had no relevance to a technical assessment of reopening the market. The only reason for their inclusion was to damage Mr. McCullum's standing. Councillor Taylor's proposal was circulated to town councillors and then submitted to the District Council. From there on, Councillor Zarzinski and Councillor Taylor took over the reopening exercise without reference to Mr. McCullum or to the council. Councillor Taylor wrote to Environmental Health Officer Mr. Harding, referring to Mr. McCullum as your friend and EDDC councillor. This was a continuation of Councillor Taylor's ongoing criticism of Mr. McCullum having a conflict of interests, despite advice to the contrary. It's a further unfounded comment aimed at undermining Mr. McCullum. So, regarding respect, I found that Councillor Taylor was discourteous and undermining to Mr. McCullum in the meeting in the High Street. I found that his comments in the note of the meeting and in his COVID compliance proposal were discourteous and insulting to Mr. McCullum. They criticised him personally and his competence at work. They were malicious and intended to undermine Mr. McCullum's role as the Town Development Manager. I therefore found that Councillor Taylor did not treat Mr. McCullum with respect and therefore failed to follow paragraph 4A of the Code of Conduct. Regarding bullying, as the Town Development Manager, it was Mr. McCullum's job to lead and report on the exercise to reopen the market. Councillor Taylor manoeuvred behind the scenes to remove this task from him on grounds that were unfounded and unfair. He produced his own documentation, which was insulting to Mr. McCullum and intended to undermine his standing and his work. As an individual councillor carrying out operational work without council authority, I consider Councillor Taylor was misusing his power. Being so publicly sidelined from a project at the core of his work was severely undermining and humiliating to Mr. McCullum. He lost confidence that his work on the market was worthwhile. Shortly afterwards, Mr. McCullum self-certified as sick and was later signed off work by his doctor. Councillor Taylor's conduct corresponds with many of the features of bullying as defined in the code. His behaviour was malicious, insulting, humiliating, and undermining. He misused his power and eroded Mr. McCullum's confidence. His actions caused stress to the point of sickness. In these circumstances, I found that Councillor Taylor was bullying to Mr. McCullum. He therefore failed to follow paragraph 5C of the Code of Conduct. So in summary, Chair, I found that Councillor Taylor failed to follow the requirements of the Code of Conduct concerning respect and bullying, and this is confirmed in section 7 of my report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Darsley. We now move on to a section where we will have questions put. Can all questions please be put through me so I can make sure that they're clear and we're all understanding what the questions are, and then we will hear the responses. So Councillor Taylor, do you have questions to put to Mr. Darsley? Are you on mute, Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, now I'm unmuted. Right. Mr. Darsley, when you did this investigation, I sent you some texts after a part of the time. One of your answers was that the code of conduct does not override the rights and responsibilities of a councillor, of the town council, and therefore the councillor. Is that correct?
Sorry, Councillor Taylor, I didn't catch the first part of that question. Could you repeat?
You said in the text to me that you asserted that it's a perfectly good one. That in the code of conduct and the council does not override. I'll do the exact words. Text on Monday, 21st September 2020, 1826 states, the standard system does not override or take away the rights and responsibilities of HTC as an employer. Is that correct? Well, it is, because you sent it to me.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Do you believe, therefore, that the rights of the HTC as employer is also partly associated with the rights of a councillor when attempting to inform HTC as an employer that something is wrong?
Yes, a town councillor should inform their council if they believe something is wrong. Yes.
Right. Since actually 2013, there has been a little bit of difficulty informing anybody in Honiton sometimes. I have put in on page 203 for the persons, and it's 204. An article from the Midweek Herald when Mr. McCullum became street market, well, he was street market manager before, but we, the council, passed a budget and we gave £5,000 for any kind of need. It was never used, but I refer you to the last sentence on page 204. Mr. McCullum said he had held back on spending money on blank health and safety equipment to improve the market, to ensure it came in on budget. Do you consider that that is a proper aim of anyone to stop spending money on health and safety equipment? In other words, PPE. That's the aim and objective. He had £5,000 in reserve there.
I don't have any comment on those actions, Chair. As I've said, my interest has been in the conduct of Councillor Taylor, and I don't find it particularly relevant to the conduct of others in the background.
Thank you, Mrs. Darsley. I'm struggling to see that this is at all relevant to the complaints that we're dealing with this morning, Councillor Taylor. I think we're going to have to focus on the events around the opening of the market, yes, and the conduct that is of concern that's brought us here today.
Then may I say that I wrote the compliance document in the view of that there had been no spending on health and safety equipment whatsoever, and that includes health and safety equipment protecting the public. And so therefore I feel it is quite important, because I wrote those documents in the understanding that there had been no spending, and therefore I have to warn my council in some way. And I think that is relevant, I'm afraid. It's spending on health and safety is actually, if you don't do it, it's a criminal act. And so we were at risk of being found criminally liable because of that. That's what I think, Chair, and that's what I shall continue with. Right, now then, that's so. In that light of that, I was asked to do a COVID compliance for the market. I'd already done one for the my offices. Did Mr. Darsley look at that one for the office?
No, I didn't, Chair, because I didn't feel it was relevant to the complaint in front of me.
Very well. So you didn't know that that complaint, well, obviously if you didn't look at it, you wouldn't have known that there was considerable email approval of it, in particular from councillors Colec and Pollington. So that was one of the reasons why I was asked to do it. So you did not know that I was asked to do it because I'd written an approved one to the office. I repeat, this is a compliance proposal, not a risk assessment. And if anybody wishes to know the difference, then we'd better take a break of time because it's dramatically different. Mr. Darsley?
I don't have any comment, Chair.
Okay. Right. So that's 2013. So we're going through. So we're now going to the direct thing that you start on. Now, I request that you dismiss that report for the simple reason that I think that you accepted hearsay frequently rather than facts. Is that correct?
Sorry, I lost that. Councillor Taylor, can you repeat?
Hearsay rather than facts frequently.
Well, if you mean by hearsay what people told me in my interviews, then that's what it is. I can only go on what people say to me.
Mm-hmm. So it's all right, hearsay rather than fact. So you accept opinions, therefore, as facts.
Well, in view of what people say to me, and in view of the documentary evidence that I have, I make findings of fact. That, in other words, it's my view that these are the facts that we're dealing with.
Right. I have supported a lot of my arguments in that letter with documented evidence, which you wouldn't have seen now. The relevant paragraphs of the Code of Conduct require councillors to treat others with courtesy and respect and not to bully any person. That comes from your report. The test for these requirements is how a reasonable person in possession of the facts would regard the conduct in question. You've just told me that you didn't necessarily have hard copy evidence for a lot of what was presented to you. Is that correct?
Well, I have hard copy evidence of the things that you wrote, Councillor Taylor. So I regard that as pretty strong facts.
They're facts, but they were written in the background of no investment in health and safety equipment for the whole population, not just for Carl Cracknell. Now, for your information, Carl Cracknell is the market assistant. He was present at the events of opening the market, 28th of May. I was not involved in anything before the 28th of May. I was told that on that day I was needed because Councillor Zarchinsky couldn't make it, and Councillor Wyatt was of a limited time span, about 30 minutes. I turned up for that reason. Would you agree that there's the evidence is that I was asked to do it at short notice by Councillor Zarchinsky?
Well, on the matter of your COVID compliance proposal, you did not in that deal with the wider health and safety issues or matters about the market assistant. It was about reopening the market. And you used that opportunity to criticise Mr. McCullum, which really had nothing to do with the subject of reopening the market.
Yes. Can I show you something then that I don't know if it'll come across, but from the 28th, which was a Thursday, then the 29th was a Friday. On the Friday, Were you aware that Mr. McCullum withdrew any commitment to writing any form of health and safety, inclusive of a COVID attempt? I joined on the 28th and he withdrew on the 29th, and that email went to Councillor Zarczynski. So he ceased to contribute, and he said that it would be, and it's in the statement, to he would allow what Mr. Councillor Wyatt to write up what was proposed. So I joined on the 28th, he left on the 29th. Now, were you aware of that?
Well, Councillor Wyatt and Mr. McCullum were working together on a report to the council. Councillor Wyatt had informed the council of that, and all councillors knew that that was coming within a day or two. And that report did indeed come. And Mr. McCullum had played a large part in contributing to that report.
The report was a timetable. Would you agree that it wasn't actually any physical assistance to open the market and to comply and to ensure the safety of the public, not necessarily Carl Cracknell, but I'll come back to that.
Well, the report had reviewed the options available. It had assessed the pros and cons of those options.
Yes.
It had narrowed down to two, and it said that that would be progressed and finalised within a very short space of time.
Yes. It doesn't stop an alternative proposal, because actually Mr. Wyatt wasn't asked, as far as I know, but there's a lot of dispute about this. I was told that Mr. Wyatt was, well, he wasn't told. What I was told was that Mr. McCullum had been asked how to reopen the market in mid-May, and Eloise Marlowe's witness statement says that. Then, as far as I can see, I can find no reason why Mr. Wyatt was involved. I don't know. Certainly, I didn't know. Did you find any evidence when Mr. Wyatt was asked to join in?
Well, I've given the chronology in my report, and I think it's all there. Both Councillor Wyatt and Councillor Zarczynski told me that Councillor Wyatt was involved in the reopening exercise.
Yes, but I wasn't, in the sense that I found out on the 28th. Now, on the 29th, which is the Friday, Councillor Zarczynski received the email from Mr. McCullum saying he was no longer going to contribute to the opening. You can check that out with Councillor Zarczynski, but it is a fact. And so that would have left Councillor Wyatt alone. As Councillor Wyatt claims that he has the only health and safety qualifications within the council, which is not so. Well, my qualifications have lapsed because I've retired, but I used to have them. Were you aware that I had considerable experience in assessing risk and hazard, identifying hazard and then doing risk assessments?
Yes, I am generally aware of some of your background, Councillor Taylor, but I don't see that has any particular bearing on what you wrote and the conduct in question.
What I wrote was in the background of ensuring health and safety for all, not just for a COVID proposal, because the COVID proposal is dependent on a risk assessment being present. Would you not say that? If you haven't got a risk assessment, the COVID proposal floats on air, doesn't it?
Well, as I said before, your COVID proposal didn't deal with these wider issues that you are concerned about. And as I've said there were appropriate channels for you to raise those if you were concerned about them, but you didn't seem to do that.
In my statement, I say now, because more evidence has come forward, obviously, that I had approached Mr. Tredwin when Carl Cracknell resigned in the previous October, November, considering the elements of safety for Mr. Carl Cracknell. I know you say that this is not relevant. It is. I'm going to show you that it is, and I hope you will give me time. Carl Cracknell's safety is safety we are responsible for. He was bottom of the pile, so to speak, assistant. Mr. McCullum was his immediate manager. Mr. Tredwin was his immediate, and the chair of HR at that time was Councillor Sheridan Shaw. At the point we had to reopen the market, Councillor Sheridan Shaw had resigned in April, and Mr. Tredwin has gone off for stress on February the 10th. So the only person in the line management of Carl was Mr. McCullum. That was real in a sense. Were you aware of that?
Well, what I'd like to come back to is the conduct that we're dealing with, and that's the comments that you wrote in the COVID compliance proposal. Nobody's arguing that the health and safety of council employees is important, but that doesn't really justify or explain what you wrote and your conduct.
If I wanted Carl Cracknell interviewed because he was there for the 28th, for that meeting, he was central to it. Absolutely. And so why didn't you interview a person who was central to it when, as a witness, when you and would have been at risk? Well, the market reopened, because do you not agree that, well, I'll show you the evidence in a minute because I've got loads of pictures, that Carl Cracknell's PPE was insufficient, to say the least, and there were a lot of other factors. So that reopening on the COVID proposal meant that we reopened the market, we reopened the line management, and we reopened the failure to observe health and safety legislation for 1974, 1997, and 2013. So I can't see how you can just say that the language in a document that is totally dependent on the reopening using a non-existent risk assessment, because it didn't exist. There wasn't one. You were aware of that when you wrote the report?
The provision of health and safety equipment by the council to the market assistant is a separate matter, and it's not within the remit of my investigation.
That's quite right.
Regarding the complaints against Councillor Taylor, the market assistant was present only at the meeting in the High Street. I interviewed 4 people who were present at that meeting: Councillor Taylor, Tony McCullum, Councillor Wyatt, and Peter Allen, a market trader. Mm-hmm. Their accounts were virtually all the same. Regarding the precise wording that was used, I concluded in line with Councillor Taylor's account. So there is no dispute in that matter.
There's no dispute about the matter. So therefore, when Mr. McCullum put his complaint in, and he said that I shouted at him, and subsequently on the next day, Wednesday, I think it was, or whatever, a following day, he and Mr. Wyatt were doing measurements. He again, it was a Saturday it was, so it would be the 30th. And so you are therefore saying that Mr. McCullum was incorrect in claiming that I shouted at him.
Yes, I make it quite clear that I concluded that you did not shout, and that was my finding.
Did you ask Mr. McCullum for his body cam data? He routinely wears body cam whenever he's on the market. Were you aware of it?
Yes, I was aware of it. I asked him about it and he said it wasn't operational at the time.
He had 2 body cams. There was one spare from Carl Cracknell because he refused to wear one. So he had 2 body cameras. So they were both non-operational.
Regarding the meeting, Councillor Taylor, there's really no dispute about what happened. It's all, people are in agreement, and regarding the precise wording and whether you shouted, I concluded in line with what you said. Yeah. There is no dispute on this particular point.
But what I'm trying to ask now is, do you think that a risk assessment should have been in existence so that I could do an appropriate COVID compliance proposal?
A risk assessment of what?
The safety of the market as per the people, the public, the anybody, the traffic, the law. Can you have a COVID proposal, i.e. abiding by the government guidance, because the government has done the risk assessment. I don't know if people realize it. The government has done the risk assessment for the transmission of the virus. And so that is the risk assessment. They risked it at 2 meter distancing where possible, by the way. It was not a fixture. And so therefore, you have a risk assessment. You would agree that, according to you, that you would just be able to drop a proposal for safety of viral transmission with no consideration or proof of any risk assessment of the traffic, stopping people running between the stalls. There's so many options there that is dramatic. But you're saying that it doesn't impact upon the COVID risk assessment and the way that I wrote it, since there was no risk assessment and never had been written by Mr. McCullum. He never wrote a risk assessment. You do know that. Would you confirm that? I keep saying...
Well, Mr. Harding of the District Council advised Honiton Town Council that before reopening the market, a risk assessment would be needed.
Yeah.
My understanding is that your COVID compliance proposal included or was intended to include that risk assessment.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's not really the point. The point is that you wrote into that risk assessment a lot of personal criticism of Mr. McCullum, which was nothing to do with risk assessing the reopening of the market.
If you have to put a risk assessment in and there wasn't one, and there was, how can you avoid one complaining about the person who was previously responsible for doing a risk assessment for 10 years actually, but in particular from March the 9th, 2019, and following the resignation temporary of Carl Cracknell in October, November, was given the job of ensuring his safety, obviously, because he had to write a risk assessment. It was never done. He was asked to write by appropriate clothing and such things, which was never done. Do you not think that if I was writing a COVID proposal, that it is more than fair to make an assessment of the ability of a person to open the market and ensure Carl Cracknell's safety, to look at the history of that and see that it had never been done? There was no risk assessment, sir. I'll show you something, if you don't mind. When you, this is COVID specifically, in order to...
Councillor Taylor.
No, I will ask you the question.
This needs to be a question because you can't introduce other information at this stage because we simply can't see it.
This is a thing that we made for queuing people to queuing at the stalls. This is risk. This is COVID risk assessment. It's still the same thing. Were you aware that this is a hazard tape? £6.60 for 500 meters. Did you ask me or anybody else about why this has never ever been used, and so stop the public going in the wrong places?
Councillor Taylor, I'm failing to see the relevance of this to the questions you have for Tim Darcy in his report, because the report is about behaviour in the complaints.
Yes, because the catch to it is that I have to inform my full council that there have been no, I'm trying to say why the language, I agree the language is strong, but the language is dependent on the fact that I didn't have a risk assessment in order to write the language in the COVID manner. And so how can you detach yourself from no risk assessment, no safety analysis of the whole market, and try and say that you only could apply COVID restrictions or advice? Because I can't see how you can do that. I can't. The COVID advice is dependent on the application of the health and safety legislation. And I can ask you, Mr. Darsley, now, you will have read an email from Mr. Harding on the 2nd of June. And in that email, he asks for all risk assessments, inclusive of COVID. Why do you think that he asked for all? Because, do you have any idea?
You're talking about wider concerns of health and safety with particular employees and in the operation of the market beforehand.
No.
Those concerns should have been raised directly with the council. The COVID compliance risk assessment was not the place for that. It was a completely separate purpose, that document. You used that document for making personal criticism of Mr. McCullum.
No, I would suggest that if you read the document in the light of the fact that there was no risk assessment whatsoever, then you have to make an assessment of what would happen if we reopened with the COVID proposals and with the same management procedures and everything else. The proposal I sent, by the way, was sent to councillors, because for some, we were all the council at that point was the health of the human resources committee. For some, that was a decision made in March, which was unlawful. As a result, though, the line management of everybody in there was the full council. That's why it went to full council. And so I cannot see how, when I put the language in, it's a warning to the full council that we are in breach of health and safety. And to put it bluntly, if the situation were to pertain, we would be in the same boat we were previously. Why didn't you accept, you say that's not relevant. I think that's relevant in the sense that it appears your remit was very strict and only for COVID. It wasn't a remit to actually see if you could place the COVID procedure into the health and safety legislation background of 1974, 1997, and 2013. You can't do COVID without a legislative background, surely.
My job was not to investigate Hoddesdon Town Council's health and safety practices. My job was to investigate your conduct, and that's what I've done, and that's what I've made conclusions on.
Yeah. So you don't accept that my language, and I agree it's strong, which is a fair comment actually, because I could not do a COVID standalone. I had to have a legitimate legal background to do it in. And that's what I'm saying. I don't think you have given fair credence to the fact that I had to allow for the fact there wasn't risk assessment. And I come back to one question you haven't answered quite. Mr. Harding asked for it because pretty obviously he considered that the risk assessment was crucial to the reopening of the market. And that's the 2nd of June email. And on the 2nd of June, that was forwarded to John Zarczynski. On the 3rd of June, Councillor McCullum at 3:30, he was on the street in the morning, and at 3:30 he went off, signed off sick. So the whole thing stopped, in theory. Would you not say, if you are right, I have to write a risk assessment because Mr. McCullum isn't there? He's gone. He was ill. As soon as he became ill with stress, I have to recognize that he cannot be approached in any form. It's the first thing you do. Once a person's up with stress, you must never approach that person with details of the job. That's a fact. I don't know if you know that. But so now, why did you not take those pressures and legal pressures, because you yourself say, I cannot ignore the rights and responsibilities that the town council have. And the rights and responsibilities are surely that we have to have a risk assessment first, and I am then have to modify my language such that I can approach the council to obtain what you have said, the rights and responsibilities. Why don't you accept that the responsibilities modifies the COVID such that the language has to be used to highlight the fact there was no risk assessment?
I understand what you're saying, Councillor Taylor, but you talk a lot about your health and safety concerns at the council over a considerable period of time. I don't understand why you didn't simply raise those with the council and address them well in advance. You did not need to wait to prepare a COVID compliance proposal to put all of these things in. And the fact that you did put them in that proposal, I've come to the conclusion, was done in the wrong way and was disrespectful and part of a bullying conduct towards Mr. McCullum.
Well, can I ask you then, you did read that I had approached Mr. Tredwin in October, November with a concern about the safety of Carl Cracknell again, and following that, he just told me to get out of the office, by the way. I was carrying my stuff, went to Tesco's, and I met up with Duncan Sheridan Shaw, who has recently said that I talked to him and waved papers at him. It was an accidental meeting, and I said that I had the papers I wished to show to Tredwin, Mr. Tredwin. That was in November, so I did try to raise it. So that is not fair to say that I have not tried to raise it. I tried it with the route. Were you aware that the route had gone February the 10th, Tredwin wasn't there, April, Sheridan Shaw wasn't there, and that the replacement for Sheridan Shaw was the full council. So anything I wrote went to full council on the and that is exactly what the report, the demand from Harding requests. Basically, we need a risk assessment. There is no way you can do it. Do you not agree that the language will be stronger if you haven't got a scaffold to hang something on?
Well, my conclusion was that the language was inappropriate, disrespectful, didn't belong in that document, shouldn't have been raised in public as it was, and and therefore was disrespectful. That's my conclusion.
Yes, that's your conclusion, but I keep coming back to you. How do I do it otherwise? Remember, we have been shut down from March 23rd, to opening it again. The council was not meeting. We didn't have Zoom for a start. And the whole thing was then to be reopened. Disrespectful bullying. Do you agree that one has a duty, a right, will you agree on that, rights and responsibility, a responsibility to ensure that when you reopen, that you do not reinstate the situation was before, which you now say I should have brought up, which I did, but obviously it is crucial to do that. It isn't waiting for a COVID rearrangement, reopening. It was the first opportunity to do anything at all because there was no market, no trading, no anything. So I can't see how you can say that it's limited to reopening, that I'd missed an opportunity. The only opportunity that came was dependent on COVID. And COVID, I didn't wait for COVID. You know, I didn't know that there was going to be a pandemic. Did you know there was going to be a pandemic, Mr. Darsley?
I don't think Mr. Darsley has to answer that question,
No, I
Councillor
know,
Taylor. Sorry, Councillor Nelson, you've raised your hand.
Chairman, is it appropriate at this stage for me to ask a point of clarification?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not asking you, Councillor Taylor. I'm asking
Yes, if something's happened here that you're not clear about, please do ask.
Councillor Taylor, good morning. Just so I understand this, and I think my question actually leads to a yes/no answer.
Yeah.
Can we actually have a yes/no answer, because there will be an opportunity in a while for members of the subcommittee to question Councillor Taylor. So if you want to wait for that opportunity, Bob, that would be fine. If you really need to put it now for clarification so that we all benefit, do. But if you can wait, that might be better.
Okay, let me risk trying to move the things on, if I may, Chairman. If I fail, I withdraw the question, okay? Councillor Taylor, is your point that the absence of a health and safety risk assessment explains your actions and your behaviour?
I think that question can be asked of Councillor Taylor when we have an opportunity to question Councillor Taylor.
Okay.
So perhaps Councillor Taylor can hold that thought. Councillor Runnels, I'm also going to keep going with questions from Councillor Taylor to Mr. Darsley at this stage. And then I want to have a break as we're past 10:30. Councillor Taylor, do you have further questions?
Okay.
Bearing in mind, the subcommittee will withdraw to discuss the relevance of why you did what you did and what you did and the impact that it had. So, you know, that's what we're really focusing on here, is the nature of the complaints. Councillor Taylor, do you have further questions for Mr. Darsley?
We got to the second. I didn't get involved until the 28th of May. 29th was where the meeting was. The 29th was when Councillor Mr. McCullum withdrew from the preparation. The second was when Mr. Harding demanded all risk assessments. The second was the first day we could have opened, Tuesday. I'm putting this in because the question's coming. The fourth was a Thursday we could have opened and we didn't, because we didn't have those safety things I've just shown you, like we had to buy them. And we opened on the 6th. I sent a letter on the 6th to Mr. Harding, which has been complained about. Do you think the letter of the 6th reads differently if you recognize that I had to write everything whilst actually designing a risk assessment and a full risk assessment for the market? You have commented on the 6th, letter of the 6th.
Well, the relevant part of that letter is your reference to Mr. McCallum as your friend.
Right.
I considered that was a side swipe, really, at the sort of integrity and position of Mr. McCallum. It was unnecessary to say that, and it implied some sort of improper relationship or improper actions by Mr. McCallum at East Devon District Council.
Were you aware that within half an hour of that being sent to John Zarczynski, I had changed 2 pieces of that thing? I changed your friend, I put it to your friendly, because I didn't type it properly. And he is friendly. I found Mr. Harding.
I wasn't aware of that, but the fact that you changed it doesn't take away from the fact that you wrote it and sent it in the first place.
I wrote it, sent it as a draft, sir, and I realized the draft was wrong within 30 minutes. And there is correspondence which John Zarczynski's got. It also, in the same sentence practically, there is Carl, here he comes again, does the work. In other words, Carl, when I said that, I missed out the word has done the work, because he knew the market, because he had worked the market. And so in that sense, you write something, you're in a hurry, and you send it. I corrected it within half an hour, and by then it had gone to, in confidence, the Human Resources Committee. Were you aware that the whole councillors were the Human Resources Committee?
I'm aware that Honiton has had various arrangements for dealing with human resources, including a committee and including the whole council.
Were you aware that the whole council option was unlawful, and we got that from Dow? Or was it, it's unlawful. And that why is a whole council unlawful, whereas you need a committee, say of 3 or 4? What is the driving force for that?
I'm aware of those issues, Councillor Taylor, but I don't think they have any bearing on the matter before us.
Well, the point I'm trying to say is that the letter went to all the councillors, inclusive of Councillor Wyatt. That was on the 6th. Oh no, Councillor Wyatt, in your evidence for Councillor Wyatt's interview, you state that Councillor Wyatt resigned in May, late May. Is that incorrect? It's in his statement.
That's what he told me, and that's what I've written in the record of the interview.
And then, of course, he's still writing emails and everything, signing councillor, until the 6th, when I do believe correctly he did resign. So you were unaware of that error. So others can make errors that call my performance into question, but errors such as friendly, there's 2 letters, and I have the evidence for it, I assure you, are unacceptable. So I'm just asking what a reasonable person would assume, given that I knew the background of what was going on. There wasn't a risk assessment.
Well, you said you changed your friend half an hour later because you realised it was wrong. So you changed it not because it was a mistake, but because you realised that it wasn't the right thing to write and needed to be changed. Yes. And unfortunately, the action had been implemented.
Yes. I don't know how many people have you ever written something that you had to edit, sir?
Yes.
Then you have time. When there's no time, it's quite difficult to edit instantly. So okay, that's that. It's all to do with what's in the writing. The language was strong. you had, but are you disputing that the commentary in the sense of justifying the risk and risk assessment is not wrong?
I don't accept that your concerns about risk assessments and health and safety justified the actions that you took in the COVID compliance proposal. I don't accept that that linkage.
So if I was to not rewrite it, if I put a COVID in and then I put a risk assessment in as an accompanying paper, saying bluntly that Mr. McCullum hadn't done any risk assessment for years, that it was legally required from March 9, 2019, because Carl Fracknell was employed as market assistant, took us over the 6 employees number, and that I should just highlight everything of the failure, therefore, of Mr. McCullum to apply health and safety law from March the 9th onwards, 2019. And I should just put it bluntly, straight out, whereas it was considerably less blunt and also less risky to Honiton Town Council, because if I'd said that, then the insurances would refuse to pay out if anything happened to, for example, Carl Cracknell or a member of the public. So you're suggesting that I should have put a strong failure one instead. I'm trying to find out how you can do this and give fair notice to my council that we were in hazard of losing insurance and everything else.
Well, I mean, at the risk of repeating myself, concerns about health and safety and the way the council was operating should have been raised directly with the council. I don't believe that you used the COVID compliance proposal to raise your legitimate concerns about health and safety. I believe you used the COVID compliance proposal to undermine and criticise Mr. McCullum. That's how I see that. And if we disagree on that, then we'll have to agree to disagree.
Yeah.
Councillor Taylor, sorry to interrupt. How many further questions do you have for Mr. Darsley? Because I would like to draw this section to a conclusion, because we have several more, obviously, question and answer sessions to go.
Just a minute.
And it is important that we remain focused on the matters that the subcommittee will be considering, which is, you know, the documents that we've got here in front of us and the complaints that have been made. We're not concerned with assessing risk assessments or the like.
I agree. However, what I'm trying to say is that when you write something, you work from a background of information, and that it appears that Mr. Darsley, because of his remit, is not prepared to consider that the use of the language, which I've not ever written about Mr. McCullum before, the use of the language was the only way that could be done with an unlawful human resources committee and not exposing the council. I keep saying this to the insurance matters and everything else. The COVID compliance is fine, but we weren't insured. We could just put that out and it wasn't insured.
The matter that the subcommittee is looking at today is related to the complaints that have been made and not any other wider issues.
But can I ask you, or ask Mr. Darsley, the complaints were made, but the persons reading it were not aware of the background, because in terms of no health and safety equipment having ever been bought, sort of thing, and therefore their complaints are lacking in relevant information and background so that they can interpret my letter in the proper way. It's strong language, but if you understand that there is no risk assessment, if you try and read the game, it changes. It changes dramatically. And that,
I think we accept that point. Councillor Zarzinski, do you have a comment to make as Councillor Taylor's representative?
Very briefly, because I know I will get my opportunity to speak later, but I think what Councillor Taylor is trying to put over, and it's not coming over, is basically that his report was written to full council. It was not written to be made public, and he merely stated fact to the council. And it was also written out of frustration, which I will explain later on. But it was the report that he wrote and the language he used. He only stated fact that there was nothing. And it also, there is a bigger picture to this, right? But it was never intended to be read by any members of HTC staff or even members of the public. Now, how that report got into the public domain, well, I have a good guess, but I think it would be inappropriate for me to comment at this hearing. Thank you.
Can I speak on one point there? In Mr. Darcy's own evidence, there are evidence statements from Mr. Burgess and Mr. Wyatt, and those two persons state that it got into the public domain via a Zoom meeting arranged by, or it's consistent with, the evidence that it was a Zoom meeting arranged by Councillor Wyatt. And that is how the whole lot got out. There was an actual Zoom meeting and indeed a councillor's surgery meeting to which the public were invited. And that was within that week.
Again, the hows and wherefores of how this may or may not have become public is not a concern to the subcommittee this morning. Our concern is related to the complaints that have been made and the impact of those complaints. And whether we believe that there's been a breach of the code or not. Councillor Taylor, if you have some more questions from Mr. Darsley, perhaps you could direct them to him now.
Yeah, I'm actually, can I ask in part there, I'm afraid the aim is to look at the language. What I'm trying to ask of Mr. Darby is, does he think that the language would have been different if there had been risk assessment present? You can't answer, I suppose, but would you consider that the language is dependent on attempting to put a background in? It's strong language, but do you think that you can only interpret it one way? I don't think you can. So
well, I don't believe your language was justified by the situation that you described.
So your limited remit, and there is a limited remit, because if you had been allowed to examine the whole thing, including health and safety, history, and the provision for which I had to write a COVID, doesn't make a difference to the language and the interpretation of that language by the public, most importantly.
Well, I've concluded that your conduct, which was mainly the language you used in the proposal, was not appropriate, was not justified, was disrespectful, and was bullying. And that's regardless of background situations that you talk about.
Can I ask you a question? It's a theoretical one. You say that I haven't approached the council. I had. I tried to approach the line management, because you can't, as you well know, just approach the council and hope to override the clerk. You do it in the order of clerk and then the council. The clerk is non-existent. So I cannot see how you can say that there's disrespect which falls out of the fact that I have to respect the duties of the council in terms of health and safety law, and that is the respect that I have to obey, and I cannot do it in any way. The language you see cannot be done if you know and respect that we should have had a risk assessment. It's the same for the office, by the way. I can come back to that one, but you've never seen the office. The office one, you say?
Well, the council hadn't stopped functioning. I mean, there was a deputy town clerk in place, and Councillor Zarzinski was the chair of the council. So it's not the case that you couldn't raise the matter with the council.
I did until Fredwin resigned and went off ill, but I did at the time of Carl Cracknell's resignation and then re-employment. And so I keep coming to this. I cannot see how the language, which I admit is strong, I don't doubt it, I don't think it's bullying, for the simple reason that you have to put that language in because you have to accept that there was no human resources, there was no safety risk assessment at all. And that's the problem. The bullying was the fact that there was no risk assessment. Surely, and then thereafter, any solution to try and overcome that lack, which in fact I believe safely would have insured, inhibited all our insurances, everything, can only be done by directing what is in effect a failure of the manager to fulfill the risk assessment, because the COVID was asked to the same person and Harding asked the same of the same person. Do you, here's another one. Do you agree that Mr. Harding, in his witness statement, then criticizes me and Councillor Zarzinski for failing to produce any documentation? That's fact, actually.
Well, I'm not going to speak for Mr. Harding and his professional views. What you seem to be saying is that because you had concerns about the lack of risk assessments and the lack of protective clothing, you would pursue that through personally criticising Mr. McCullum in your proposal by treating him disrespectfully and by bullying him. My conclusion is that that is not an appropriate way to behave, and in doing so, you breach the code of conduct.
Oh, you do not. You will not. Sorry. Do you consider that given that it was a very short time scale, that we couldn't put Carl Cracknell on the street or anybody else, actually, the public even, for a COVID assessment because we hadn't ensured the public's safety in terms of just the risk assessment and putting, say, barrier tape in the appropriate places. I keep coming back to this. I think that if it's the remit, the problem, or whether it's the fact that there was no health and safety procedure in place, and who do I respect? Do I respect the statute law and say it with blunt? Oh, well, yes, you've used that word in a previous judgment against them. Blunt wording, but you didn't find that person guilty. Blunt wording of what my duty was. My duty was to ensure the safety of the public And therefore the COVID must have be in that perspective. I cannot understand why you say it's unfair. So we're going to have different. We're going to have the committee will have to make it.
That is exactly the note. You've made your points about why you believe you had reasons for saying what you said, and we have seen Tim Zars's comments about that. I'm going to have a break now. I think you've probably covered the matters that you want to cover with Mr. Darsley. I think we'll have a break, have a chance to stretch our legs, perhaps get a cup of coffee. To allow us to do that, I think we will have a break of 15 minutes. My intention then will be to carry on until we have a lunch break, if at all possible. And when we come back, we will have questions to Mr. Darsley from colleagues on the subcommittee and the monitoring officer. And obviously there are more opportunities for people to speak later on. So if we have a break for 15 minutes, my clock says so we'll be back about just after 11:10. Can we put up a holding slide for the meeting, please, Democratic Services? We're 15 minutes.
Thank you. And just a reminder to attendees just to make sure you mute your microphones, please.
Are you ready to reconvene, Chair?
Yes, I am. I'm ready.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome back, everybody. Right, we will now proceed to questions to Mr. Darsley from any colleagues on the subcommittee or the monitoring officer. So if any members of the subcommittee, or Henry, if you have any questions for Mr. Darsley, can you raise your hands, please? Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Dursley, when you examined all the evidence and put together a timeline and understood all the various roles in this, was it your impression that it was part of the town development manager's job to investigate, or it would be theoretically, how to investigate how to reopen the Honiton market? Do you think that would have been part of his normal remit?
Yes, Chair, very much so.
Right, so that's my first question. Requested to do so.
Sorry?
Was he formally requested to do so by Honiton Town Council at any point during the month of May?
He was asked to look into how the market might be reopened, and that email is attached as one of my documents.
But it was an ordinary part of his job, but otherwise it would have been part of his role.
Well, the town development manager, one of his biggest jobs within that role was the operation of the market. So it was clearly part of his role, yes.
Okay, and in the timeline, I mean, I perceive that throughout the month of May, the town development manager, alongside Councillor James Wyatt, were undertaking that job.
Yeah. Yes, they were.
Right. And was Councillor Taylor tasked formally at any point with undertaking the same role?
Well, I was advised by the Deputy Town Clerk, the answer to that was no, and I've seen no evidence anywhere that he was formally tasked. So I believe the answer is no.
Was the report sent in by Councillor Wyatt on the 28th of May distributed amongst the members of the council?
Sorry, what's the question?
Sorry, were the members of Honiton Town Council, who apparently are they together constituted the employing body for Mr. McCollum, were they made aware of the existence of the Wyatt and McCollum report on the 28th of May?
I don't believe so. I think Councillor Wyatt's report was sent to Councillor Zarzinski. He replied along the lines that he didn't want it considered by councillors, and I don't think it was properly considered by councillors. Again, that's
right. Thank you. I mean, my final question is, Councillor, I know we're not examining what Councillor Zarzinski said, but he did mention earlier that the report written by Councillor Taylor was sent to full council and wasn't public. Is that your understanding of a report sent to full council, that it wouldn't be a public document?
Well, it was never indicated as a confidential document. So if a document is sent out to all councillors, then I don't regard that as a confidential document, or one that shouldn't have been shared or shouldn't have been discussed elsewhere. It's effectively a public document in my view once it's been sent out.
That's my understanding as well. That's what I thought. Right, so just so we're because obviously there's a lot of strands to this, just so we're all fully on the same page, during the month of May, the town development manager, Tony McCollum, and Councillor Wyatt were in the process of drawing up a very extensive report on how the market could be opened or reopened within COVID secure regulations.
Yes, that's right.
Right. And equally, the Councillor Taylor was never formally told. Taylor wasn't. Yeah, you said that, didn't you? Right, I think that's all I have to ask at the moment. Thank you, Mr. Dursley. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rylance. Mr. Gordon-Lennox, do you have some questions for Mr. Darsley?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've got, there are only 7 and hopefully they're all very short. So firstly, did you see any reference to underspend on health and safety in the document? The COVID document issued by Councillor Taylor?
No, I've seen nothing along those lines.
And did you see any reference to the safety of Carl Cracknell or his lack of PPE kit in that document?
No, I don't think it included that.
No. And did you see any warning to Honiton Town Council that a risk assessment is not in place in that document?
No.
And did you see any warning to Honiton Town Council that there may be a breach of health and safety legislation in that document?
No, not in terms of past activities.
And did you see any reference to unlawful committee in there at all?
No.
And so in terms of the comments that you were looking at specifically, can all or any of the comments that you looked at be related to health and safety underspend or the safety of Carl Cracknell in your view?
No, they were specifically aimed at Mr. McCullum and his work or alleged lack of work.
And what's your view as to whether they all relate to health and safety in the wider sense of reopening markets? As in, do they all relate to health and safety, or are any of them not related to health and safety?
I wouldn't say that any of them are directly related to health and safety. They're related to Mr. McCullum.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Henry. Any other members of the committee have questions for Mr. Darsley? I don't see anybody's hands waving, obviously, at this stage.
Excuse me, can I ask a question?
Not at this stage, Councillor Taylor. Just bear with me for a second.
Not of Mr. Darsley, of you.
You can ask a question. I don't guarantee that I'm going to answer it.
Mr. Darsley and Mr. Gordon-Lennox have both referred to essentially Councillor Zarzinski. is it fair on me, since I sent the report to Councillor Zarczynski, is it fair on me to assume that all the derivatives, inclusive of confidentiality, should be laid at my door? Is what and I think that you should give Councillor Zarczynski a right of reply to those comments. I don't know if you can or you will, but I'm accepting that you have the power.
I don't think it's appropriate at this stage to do that. Councillor Zarczynski is obviously involved in these events, as are other members of Honiton Town Council. So it's just part of the story. So that concludes questions for Mr. Darsley. Councillor Taylor, you now have the time to present your version of events in response to Mr. Darsley's summary of findings of fact and his views as to whether there's been a breach of the code of conduct. So Councillor Taylor, if you can give us a presentation of your version of events, please try and keep this succinct, as this is always going to be a long day for everyone. So we want to try and keep some focus. Councillor Taylor. I think you're muted, Councillor Taylor.
Sorry. I request, I think, that the report of Mr. Darsley is not enough due to numerous failures of procedure, because he accepted hearsay rather than facts. He puts down that they are facts; they're not a hearsay. The individuals concerned were not all three of them were not intended to be part of the Human Resources Committee, which was the full council. And so the sending of that via a Zoom meeting by Councillor Wyatt, I find that Mr. Darsley does not take that part into account. He accepts opinions as facts. Following the piece from Mr. Darsley, the relevant paragraphs of the Code of Conduct require councillors to treat others with courtesy and respect and not to bully any person. The test for these requirements is how a reasonable person in possession of the facts would regard the conduct in question. That's Darsley, page 129 in this report. Sorry, Mr. Darsley, but I referenced as Darsley. Immediately following that, there follows a letter from Mr. Gordon Lennox espousing his view that this hearing is needed. Mr. Gordon Lennox fused 3 complaints, the 3 people who should not have been reading it in the first place, from Mr. Gordon, fused on the basis that the issues raised were substantially the same. Notwithstanding that this fusion automatically meant the requirement of the procedure to inform me of any complaint within 4 weeks was grievously broken. The procedure does say you're supposed to be informed within 4 weeks. I find it difficult to understand how the condition in possession of the facts could be met by by this report, for the simple reason that part of the facts have been excluded, and and those make a difference. How those in the possession of the facts could be met, since Mrs. Hawkins, Mr. Burgess make hearsay deductions from my words in the document. They're hearsay deductions. They are not factual. And so I don't see that it's necessary. Well, I don't see that it's causing or bullying. The breadth of the document, that's the one I wrote, was limited by data protection issues concerning the serious alleged breaches of health and safety legislation by Mr. McCullum. So that I had that problem. Such alleged breaches are criminal, I'm afraid. And should an accident have happened, then HTC insurance cover would have been at risk. I believe that Mr. Gordon Lennox is not acting as a reasonable person, since he was not in possession of the facts, but merely a hearsay. And that hearsay was coming from the report of Mr. Darsley, in part, because that's what he values. I note that Mr. Gordon Lennox disputes in his report that I wrote the compliance documents without knowledge of the risks. I did know the risks. I had spent 4 weeks, for instance, experience 5 years previously covering for Mr. Cullum. And so I think that that one is missed out by Mr. Darsley. He does bring it up. It was because he went on honeymoon. I was accused of diminishing and bullying him by mentioning that. But what I was doing in that document was actually proving that I had some experience of what to do on the market. So I think it's strange that when I'm trying to say I have experience, I am then accused of diminishing a person because I say they want a holiday. They were actually on me. Right. Two, I was also criticised by the use of EWC councillor. Mr. Darsley has not mentioned that yet. I emphasise that as a serving councillor, I am duty bound to obtain best value for money. That's the good councillor guide. Therefore, out of interest sake, Mr. McCullum would know that. Mr. McCullum, in his role as market manager, town development manager, whichever, failed to inform the clerk and council that HTC had the use of safer sites and EWC owned storage for market materials. And because he has a limited remit, Mr. Darsley has not taken that into account. Mr. McCullum's used those for 10 years, by the way. He would have been aware, because he is an EWC councillor, that I have a duty to ensure safe workplace conditions. Mr. Darsley doesn't consider that so far. Mr. McCullum, as a serving EWC councillor, must be aware of the best value argument. He must be. I emphasise that this is why I use the appellation councillor in the document, but it is not the sole reason. I also say that I used it for other reasons, such as the ownership of the land, which he'd been using for 10 years. 3, Mr. Gordon Lennox asserts that my concerns regarding the breaches of health and safety law by Mr. McCullum was a private matter. It could not be so, given that Mr. Councillor McCullum now was aware of my duty, since he is a councillor himself. This is the point. He knows the duties, he knows the things, and then he calls himself Mr. when he comes to me. And he knows councillors have a duty to get taxpayers value for money. I challenged the unnecessary expenditure not mentioned. Our protocol, HTC protocol, says that we must be aware of bullying. And I am aware of bullying. And I was aware of the quite dramatic bullying, I'm afraid it comes again, of Carl Cracknell when I came to open the market with a compliance proposal. I was asked to do that. I didn't jump on it. I was asked on the 28th to go to the meeting, and I wrote it as fast as possible because the very next Tuesday, we could in theory open. Now, as soon as the procedure began, most of the data protection issues, and I can tell you now there was a lot, were overridden by Mr. Darsley, because you've got to remember that this is an employment issue. It's an employee who was failing in the health and safety legislation for which I am liable, and for which, out of interest sake, if something serious had happened, our chairman could have gone to jail. I did mention this to Gordon Lennox, by the way, and he said that vicarious liability doesn't apply, but it does. I've had it checked by 2 lawyers. So my concerns in that was writing. So I don't think I was seeking to discredit Mr. McCullum by seeking to promote Carl Cracknell's safety. It keeps getting said. I have no reason to do it, but no, I have to. It has to be there before the COVID comes into effect. We couldn't open without considering Carl Cracknell's safety. We couldn't open without considering the people's safety. And the data protection of Carl Cracknell is crucial. I had provided SMS text evidence to Mr. Darsley of concerns for Carl's safety and treatment in January, February 2020. And I gave him those texts. I sent him the 29th, the one on the 29th, saying that I considered that Carl Cracknell was being bullied. That's the use of the word I use, strangely enough. Then, prior to this complaint in 2019, two senior members of HTC, I must admit, Mr. Darsley would not know this, but Mr. Gordon Lennox, who's just asked the questions, has remarkably failed to say, prior to this complaint in 2019, two senior members of HTC attended two meetings of EDDC to discuss the chaotic administration within HTC. Mr. Gordon Lennox attended one of those meetings. He was fully aware that it was a staff employment issue, and there were lots of them. I think that the complaint should never have been accepted, given that Mr. Darsley said his remit is limited and excluded matters concerning the only staff member working on the high street. I find it, and that's the location of the market, and yet he and his safety is excluded. I cannot understand that. I feel that the senior council has actually interfered with staff employment issues, and I did say that in letters to Mr. Gordon Lennox. And Carl resigned in autumn of 2019 due to bullying by his line management. There's no doubt about it. Bullying because he wasn't given proper PPE. No PPE. And again, this is the same person, I'm afraid. He's got no chance to. The mayor refused that resignation pending an investigation. Carl withdrew his resignation on the understanding of the concerns, including PPE such as high vis. And that would be addressed. And it was addressed by Mr. McCullum by buying a brown fleece and a brown fleece bobble hat, effectively, to put under his tabard vest, and that was one of the worst wet winters of all time. And I don't know if you know, the fleeces aren't very waterproof. So that's another one. So Mr. Gordon Lennox states he was happy that the market assistant was not interviewed. I think the word happy is not very pleasant. But I can't see how you can avoid the importance to everything of Mr. Carl Cracknell. And he wasn't interviewed. And I believe that that means that the report is incomplete and unfair to me. Grossly unfair, because the perspective of my comments is dependent on the failure of HTC to have risk assessments, and those failures are laid at the door of Mr. McCullum, Mr. Treadwin, and Mr. Sheridan Shaw, who was the line management there. Not me. I tried, I couldn't get anything, I couldn't do it. Then COVID came in, bang, everything shut down. That's the time scale. That's the time scale. Because Treadwin left in February and everything stopped. So I had the first opportunity was the COVID assessment. And as I say, I didn't publish it. I gave it to my chairman, who sent it to the HR committee, sent it to councillors. None of the complainants should have seen it. None of them. However, now we're saying it should say confidential. It wasn't a question of confidential. It's in the witness statements, Mr. Darcy doesn't mention at all, but it was as a result of a Zoom meeting with the public, inclusive of Mr. Burgess, Mrs. Hawkins, and Mr. McCullum. That's why we have 3 complaints when they are not councillors of HTC. And that's, I'm leaving that for the moment because I think that it's just, the remit is not fair on me. It is not a fair decision. It is not a fair report. That's Mr. Darby for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I now ask Mr. Darsley whether there is any matter which he thinks it would be useful to put to Councillor Taylor. Mr. Darsley?
Yes, Chair. There's one point I'd like to put to him. You say, Councillor Taylor, that this is an employment issue,
yes,
and you also say that there are data protection implications involved. So in the light of those 2 things, how can a technical report on the reopening of the market, which will be circulated internally and inevitably to external bodies, how can that be the proper channel to deal with those issues?
It shouldn't have been externally. It was written to the full council, which was the HR committee, not the full council as has been implied to Councillor Rylance, but then automatically becomes a public a document. It was sent to the HR committee. This is the big problem of the decision by Nick Randall to have the council vote for a full council HR committee in March in the Mackiness Hall, and that effectively means that HR matters, according to Councillor Rylance, would automatically be public documents. They're not. This is the problem. That situation applied. HR was the full council, and that was unlawful, and it was as a result of actually Mr. Randall, Nick Randall, I don't know if you know, advising such, and it went through 7 votes to 6. And so that's my problem. I think I've answered it. It is not a public document. It shouldn't have been a public document. It was sent to the Human Resources Committee, which happens, unfortunately, to be the full council. And the person who would know that would be Councillor Zarczynski, because he was the avenue for all my documentation. I wrote to Mr. Harding via Councillor Zarczynski. I wrote to the councillors via Councillor Zarczynski, and there's one simple reason: I don't do email. I know what bullying is, and I don't do email as a result of it. I really know what it means. And that's the answer to you, I hope. Is it sufficient?
Mr. Darcy, do you have anything else to put to Councillor Taylor?
Yes, one final point. You were drafting a risk assessment, the purpose of which was to demonstrate to the council, but also to the public wider, and to the appropriate agencies, that it would be safe to open the market. Do you really think that that document was not going to be in the public domain?
Yes, for the simple reason that it wasn't a risk assessment. It was a COVID appraisal of the government's advice. The government's advice, they'd done the risk assessments. They knew the transmission of, it was almost certainly, my notes are in there, my little notes for before I wrote the office one. We knew in May, or we knew in March, that it was almost certainly an aerosol bound thing. Unlikely, and I still think it's very unlikely that it's airborne. So it's an aerosol with obviously aerosols carried in the air. But the difference, I am very sure that our chairperson will know, for the simple reason know of her, some of where she did her PhD, obviously, and on what subject.
Thank you, Chair. That's sufficient for me.
Thank you, Mr. Darsley. I now move on to ask any of my colleagues on the subcommittee or the monitoring officer to put questions to Councillor Taylor on the findings of fact, if you wish to do so. Does anybody from the subcommittee have a question for Councillor Taylor? Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Councillor Taylor. Just looking at your COVID compliance proposal and the items that's been drawn out by Mr. Darsley on page 24 and 25, that makes very uncomfortable reading for anybody, let alone if an employee of the council saw it. You shared with us your scientific paper that you authored, I think, in the 1980s, when you are obviously more than capable of writing in the third person. And I wondered why you specifically included Mr. McCollum's name rather than actually, you could have actually used the third person and then avoided doing that.
I think it would have been a bit. It would have been a bit obvious what that would be, because there's only one person whose job it was to have a risk assessment, and that's the point. That job, I went there on the 28th in open honesty. I didn't know I had to go there until the morning, when Councillor Zarczynski couldn't make it, and Councillor Wyatt said he could only make half an hour. And so I went there to represent John Zarczynski and ultimately the council if Wyatt left. Now, to write in the third person would mean, therefore, that Fredwin wasn't there, Sheridan Shaw had left, there was only one person in the market who had experience of the market to write any form of reopening it, because the COVID principles, I keep saying, are dependent on the safety of the public in terms of the market, not just in terms of the aerosol-borne things and the less frequent but hand contact, more frequent if your hand touches your eyes, for instance, and lots of other things like that. And so there's only one person who would be done. If I started mentioning it, it would look, well, everybody would know it would be about Mr. McCullum. There's no one else. There is no one left. There was no one left. And that's the big problem. We had a line management which didn't exist, with the exception of Mr. McCullum. It was caused by troubles in Honiton Town Council. And when we opened, we were lumbered. I was lumbered. I had nowhere to go.
Yeah, may I come back on,
yes,
on that response? Yeah. So there's one sentence here, Mr. McCollum has not bothered, which is actually very disparaging of Mr. McCollum in his role. So Mr. McCollum has not bothered to approach the school. So it would have been quite simple to put the schools were not approached or had not been approached. And that wouldn't have then indicated bullying. It would have just indicated that you had concern. And I think, well, I think that's what troubles me. If I could just add one more thing in, why is it relevant in this document that you're saying acting as an EDDC councillor voted for increases in the car parking charges? Why is that of any relevance at all to the COVID compliance proposal?
Yes, okay. Increasing the car park charges meant that East Devon would have an increased income. If we were to use the car park next door to the cattle market, East Devon would lose the entire income. And so that's the relevance there. He obviously saw the value of the car park to East Devon. He voted for it. And then the car park was one of the three alternative sites. One was the market, which obviously is unhygienic. In fact, historically, 110 years ago, the borough of Honiton moved the livestock market there because for the words hygienic reasons. And Devon County Council threatened law on them if they didn't. So that's the car park and the other. The third one is the playing fields, which the entrance to go into the playing fields was right next door to where the boy had been severely run over. Sorry. I knew the boy.
Sorry, Councillor Taylor, I think you've answered, Councillor Bond's question.
I am answering the question.
About the car park, comment about the car park price rises. I think you've answered that question.
Yes, but I haven't answered the question about the schools. No, I worked at the school. This is my old.
Is it time for a break, Chair, do you think?
No, it's all right. It's my old bully. I worked at the school. At the time of writing it, the school was had been providing for the less able. I'm not gonna just one teacher going in. Then they were advised they could reopen. They put in 2-meter spaces down parts of the road with just lines across, and they would all go past the new sites. Well, not all of them, sorry. The primary school goes down a small road as well. But the fact is you'd have 1,200 in theory, people aged 4 to 18, moving within what would be a heightened area of traffic, a heightened frequency of people there anyway, and the numerous other reasons I don't want to go into. I think that the safety of the children, so I rang at least one teacher I knew and asked if they had been, and she was doing the classes for the less able every third week it was, she was in, and they've been approached, and they had not been approached, not by anybody. It's the first thing you do.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I think you've answered Councillor Bond's questions. Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Taylor, I'm intrigued to know why your report focuses exclusively on reopening the market in the exact same location and doesn't consider any other options. Because given the state of knowledge back in May, June last year, I would have thought that it would have been better to try to find a COVID secure location rather than try to make the market fit into the old location. So I'm just intrigued to know why you zoned in, or you homed in on reopening the market in the exact same location and trying to make it COVID secure in that location rather than taking a sort of whole town view on its location.
There is no other site. The 3 sites I've just mentioned, the livestock market, the car park next door to it, which is EVDC income, and the playing field, and that's the one where the lad got run over. It is all unsafe in that sense, regarding the children especially. There is no other large area whatsoever in the centre of town. There's nothing at all. The market charter allows for the whole street, the entire mile. So if necessary, we could space the stalls out, and indeed, what's his name? One of the Dorset big markets just took out every other stall so that they had spaces between stalls. And so we had the space laterally along the road. If you read the assessment, on the one side you have 11 paces to the white line and 7 on the other side. 11 paces. So if you knock out the car parking, you have 11 yards at least, which is a lot of 2 meters, if you see what I mean. And their argument was that you needed 2 meter spaces. Well, you don't. The cars that went behind the stalls protect the stalls from the traffic. The stalls, I gave notices to the stall holders to maintain their distance They were asked to stand back from their customers until the customer wanted something. There were notices saying, please do not pick up anything unnecessarily, which everybody's seen. All of those are in the proposal I made. I even did all that, and those were there, and I laminated them on the Friday, and they were present on a Saturday. On that Saturday, Mr. Harding went down the whole market. He was holding his laptop open and obviously videoing it. And if you read the last sentence of Mr. Harding, he says that it had been done very well. He wasn't, well, they didn't come and warn us. We haven't had a complaint, although I anticipate there may be ones concerning the new opening if we don't get it right, which we will. And we can use the pavements opposite closed shops. That was Carl Cracknell's idea, that if the shop was closed, then where the cars were normally parked, by the banks, for instance, the foot traffic had gone, the people queued for the banks, and yet the foot traffic going two directions on the pavements. The pavements are quite wide, about 2.5 meters. They're quite wide at that point. And I eliminated the narrow pavements on the other side, which is the north side. And so it was possible for us to duplicate what is in effect, say, a bank with a car opposite, which had been tolerated by environmental health for all the time, and put a stall opposite a closed shop, which is exactly the same situation, except, of course, it is a mirror image on the pavement, something, where you can have queuing areas beside the stall, and they were marked out with the poles, which Councillor Zarczynski and I made on the Friday. We went and bought the stuff and homemade them. That's the answer to that, if it's a suitable answer. It's a complicated answer, I know, because it was a week's work.
Councillor Rylance, was that sufficient answer?
No, not quite. So I just wanted to be absolutely certain in my mind that at no point did you consider any other location but the pavement and along the high street. And what led you to the process of elimination, apart from your feeling that the other locations weren't suitable? And do you feel that your report was sufficiently wide in its remit? That's my first question. Do you consider your report sufficiently wide in its remit? When you moved to reopen the market on the 1st or was it 2nd of June, were you in possession of the environmental health report? And thirdly, what was my third question? I had another question. Yeah, no, sorry, I think those two will be enough to be getting on with. So you personally discounted, unilaterally discounted every other location in Honiton before starting the report, just to be clear.
Well, I didn't discuss it because there isn't one. I'm sorry, can I say that Honiton doesn't have much space at all. The only 3 open areas near the town centre, well, we could have tried the Lacewall car park, which is the same problem as the other car park. It's a major money spinner for EDDC. All the car parks actually in Honiton are EDDC and are all major money spinners. So I don't think that EDDC would, I gave the assumption, and I think it's true, that EDDC would not tolerate the market closing them down 3 days a week. That's number one. There is no other space. I really have thought about it. We thought about it sort of thing. Well, I did, and had a conversation or two with others, not necessarily councillors, traders actually. Now my report, you say?
The environmental health question, Councillor Taylor.
Oh, the environmental health question that was dependent on the fact that you cannot, the environmental health is not an advisory service. They can say, oh, well, this is what it is. And environmental health said that it had to be 2 meter spacing if we had an open area. But the government otherwise says that you have to moderated. For instance, one of the streets has only got 4-foot wide pavements, and yet there were shops open all the time, obviously newsagents and other things. And so it wasn't a 2 meter, was not fixed, only if you could do it. And so that's the important thing. It is not a fixture. That was almost a myth that went around. It said where possible, it says in the guidance. And so the pavements were perfectly reasonable if they were in a mirror image opposite a closed shop. So the public health, the environmental health report started off saying all this, and then a week later, when he goes down on the Saturday, he thinks we've done it very well. He actually does say that in his witness statement. It's the last paragraph of Mr. Harding's witness statement. And I can assure you it was a lot better than Axminster. Now, did my...
Yeah, we're not really here to examine whether Axminster did.
No, I know.
But Councillor Reynolds, do you have another question?
Yes, there is a question. I haven't finished one. My report...
Sorry, Councillor Taylor. Yeah, I think I'm just conscious of time.
No, well, I haven't finished the other one. I've got another question outstanding.
Right.
It said
please,
my report undermined went over its remit. Is the thing. No, my report, I cannot agree on this because this is the big thing we're going again. My report was dependent on all health and safety, and that is exactly what Harding said. Well, I'm sorry, I misunderstood it. If I got it wrong, I'm sorry.
Through you, Chair, I absolutely did not say that.
Okay, sorry. I just read it, and I've made a note whilst it was going on.
Councillor Zarzinski, do you have a comment in support of Councillor Taylor at this point?
Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me to speak. The one thing that Councillor Taylor forgets to admit is the main thing, really, which would answer the question briefly, is the fact is that the market prior to the coronavirus was diminishing to virtually, some members of the public call it no better than a cart boot sale. However, the reason, apart from the options were not available, but the main reason was that traders made it very clear that if the market is moved from the high street, they will not be coming, which meant that Honiton would have lost its market, because there was I do believe, and I can only say what I was told, that obviously the market manager was going around prior to the coronavirus. When the coronavirus stating that the market is not going to return to the high street. Now, whether that is right or wrong, I don't know. I didn't hear him say it, but that's what I was told. But the traders made it very clear to Carl Cracknell, which they were communicating with most of the time, was that if the market is moved from the high street, they will not return. Thank you, Chair.
Henry, do you have a question for Councillor Taylor?
Yes, I've got a couple, Chair. I mean, obviously, Councillor Taylor said quite a few things about me in his comments. I don't intend to address them all predominantly because much of that isn't relevant to the specific issues, and to try and focus. But there are a few which I'd just like to comment on, please. Councillor Taylor, if you could turn to your page, to page 172 of the bundle, which is this is your documentation that you've submitted.
176. Oh gosh. Sorry, I've got my laptop.
So it was your page. It was your page 35.
Yeah. Okay. It's 176. I must have it. Yeah. 130. That's my page 35, which I wrote to my new. This was actually a development of a letter thing.
I haven't asked a question yet.
Yep. No, the whole of this thing was written to my new clerk about 2 weeks before I wrote.
Yeah.
This is page 172 to Mr. Harding.
Yeah. So this is the letter that Councillor Taylor sent to Mr. Harding, and this is what he sent to his clerk. And I'd just like you to note that the letter that you sent to your clerk,
yes,
paragraph C, is actually the same as the letter that was in in Mr. Darzy's investigation report, isn't it? Because
The
you'll see-
disposable cups.
So you'll see it says your friend and EDDC councillor.
Yes, I've already explained that. The catch to it is that I put it in, but I've just pinched things. This was written to. I did that. I changed it. I promise you, I got the stuff. But
Well, this is what you sent to your clerk only a few weeks ago. So you didn't. You didn't send the letter that was updated, did you? You sent the
no,
original.
because that would be falsifying the evidence from my clerk. The evidence that went out was friend and
Yeah, precisely.
That it was friendly. No, I
Yeah.
I don't
Good.
falsify
I'm glad we can agree on that.
I don't.
So the next question is if you can turn back a page, you'll see that. So this is now page 169.
I'm off limited, by the way. I don't know if anybody else has.
This is your page 32 then. Your page 32.
Yes, okay, I can do that. Yes.
So am I right in saying that's your risk assessment?
Yes and no. This is strictly slightly unlawful because I didn't have.
I'm sorry. Say again.
It's slightly unlawful. The reason being.
Slightly unlawful.
Can I explain this?
Well, I don't think I would if I were you.
No, I pinched this from Gate to Plate. Now, if you use a template for someone else's business or anything else, then that is called a generic, and you're not allowed to use it in a risk assessment. So therefore, I modified it notably. So in that sense, if I were to say this was the same as the one from the what's his name, Gate to Plate, it is not. But one could say that the structure is the Gate to Plate and would be quite, well, it's not really unlawful. It's a structure that I pinched from the Gate to Plate.
Sorry. So, but the question I asked you is that this is your document.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're happy with this? This is what went to environmental health, isn't it?
This is what I rushed out on that Saturday. I remember this is all done in 4 days. And
no worries. So can I just turn you to that, please? So in that document, you said. So if you just start at the bottom of page, well, the bottom of the table that is on page 32.
Yeah, I got it. Carl
you'll see. Yeah, exactly. So over the page, we can then see what that relates to. It's working near traffic.
That's page 33.
Yep.
Well, that's right. I hate two-sided documents.
Mm-hmm. So the area is working near traffic, and the Carl has been. I only flag it.
Trained by the market manager according to safety procedures and risk assessment written by the manager.
Yeah.
Yes, there wasn't one.
No, but you said there was in your risk assessment submitted to the Environmental Health Department, which you just said is your own.
No, I said I was at that point. I shouldn't have put manager. He was trained by the market manager somewhat.
Okay.
The catch to this is training. He did not do Chapter 8 training, for instance.
Sorry, no, we don't need to get into that, Councillor Taylor. All I'm pointing out is that in your own risk assessment submitted to the Environmental Health Department, you say that there are risk assessments written by the manager, and you'll see again in the bottom in two boxes. But sorry, let me finish my question. Two lines below in manual handling, it's repeated again.
Well, that was me. I told him how to do the manual handling.
Right, risk assessments working. So no change from current practice. Risk assessments working practices produced by the market manager.
Oh, that's because the market manager and EDDC had organized these measurements for the EDDC template. And so the risk assessment written by the manager was actually written by EDDC, and the manager issued it. And the EDDC did this risk assessment. That's why I don't have a risk, what's called a risk matrix, in order to justify the numbers 4, 1, 2, 3, or whatever is on the bottom of the page. That is the risk that I took in order to get an assessment. Yes, there's a mistake or two. I just felt it out as fast as possible.
So finally, just on the issue of risk assessments, one of your big gripes around risk assessments was in relation to Carl Crackman, at least, that there was the PPE issue.
Yeah.
Correct? So where do I see in your risk assessment there any reference to Carl Cracknell's PPE equipment?
I didn't put it in because I bought it. I bought his gear and I missed it. I just missed it.
Is that so? Sorry, so that's not so. Risk assessments are not based on whether or not it's you're not assessing a risk as such. It's whether or not it actually is in practice. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that a risk assessment was done in the sense that I had to put something out there. I took what East Devon had done. East Devon didn't have protective PPE in there. I should have put it in, but this was done very, very quickly. I think you do not realize just how fast this was done. And I was making the bits and pieces like the poles and going and buying the hazard tape, all of it in a matter of 3-4 days. And it's a lot of work. So if I miss again, if I misedited it, I misedited it. But
well, the committee can decide what you mean by the comments about risk assessments that are in there. So just finally then, please. So your document then is it's internal document to the council. And I think you said so it's internal to the councillors, to the HR committee specifically, not to the public, and it wasn't to members of the staff.
In theory, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because it hasn't been passed by council.
Okay, understood. So on the basis that it was solely to the HR committee, essentially, why did you feel it necessary to withhold information on GDPR grounds, given that it was only to that audience who are entitled to see that information? And in fact, of all your bodies, probably was the one that had the authority and responsibility in relation to it.
Because the GDPR committee previously had been 3 or 4 members. And this was suddenly changed in March to all members. And so therefore, until that, the previous decisions on GDPR and the other committee, which has been mentioned already since in some of the witness statements, those decisions were still GDPR and not necessarily for the new structure. Until because we were in debate with Southwest Councils, I think it was. It may have been, no, it's DALC. And DALC came out and said it was unlawful structure. So it's a dangerous thing to undo, but I had to send it to somebody. The HR was the line management, but I didn't have to take the chance of breaching GDPR because it wasn't absolutely necessary. It's as simple as that.
So it wasn't absolutely necessary to draw to the attention of the council the very risks that you were trying to espouse in the document.
No, you're talking GDPR. That's not the same risk as hazards on the street.
So to finalise then, and in the sense of highlighting those risks, you would agree, wouldn't you, that in that document there is no reference to underspend on health and safety equipment?
No, there was no reference because that is GDPR.
And well, it's not, because it's in the public domain in the press article, wasn't it?
I know, but for me, it was too dangerous to mention at that point because, to put it bluntly, if we said that there had been no investment, then our insurers may have had a very great field day if there'd been an accident. And that's what I was trying to avoid. There is a problem and I have to have it solved. But this is 4 days. You're trying to compress everything that normally takes about 4 months into 1 day, and it wasn't possible. I had to get it done.
And there was no reference to the safety of Carl Cracknell in that document specifically, was there?
No, because it is written simply because it's a risk assessment on the market, but you don't say the individual concerned. Actually, it was. I think.
Well, there isn't. Or in relation to his PPE equipment.
There is a reference to Carl Cracknell because you just mentioned it. It's on page 32. Carl has
in your proposal document, which you've said isn't the risk assessment.
No, it's not a risk assessment. I keep saying it is not. It's a COVID compliance procedure, and I said that. And in my witness stuff and letter to you, I think. Oh no, it might be to the letter to Mr. Williams. I say specifically, I distinguish between a thing called RAP, which is the risk appraisal, and RAS, which is a risk assessment. The RAP doesn't really exist in the sense that I use that as a short form for the compliance documents. And so it is not a pure risk assessment because I didn't have time to do it.
But let's just go back to the proposal document then. There is no reference in there to Carl Cracknell's PPE equipment, is there?
For the compliance, no, because I was in control of it, so to speak, because Mr. McCullum had gone off with stress and Carl was there and I was buying it. I bought it all. I didn't have time to go and say, here we go. The risk assessment mention is, I've shown you. I went and bought things. I bought his yellow coats. And I just went and bought it. And I didn't write it down. I just handed it to him and he put them on. I must admit, I hadn't done the paperwork. I did it with the better paper, which is money. And I just went and bought the stuff.
Okay. And then finally, that in that document, there is no warning to Honiton Town Council that there is no risk assessment in place, is there?
No, there is not, because if I'd done that, we would have been in serious trouble. I was talking to my chairman and saying that we've got to be careful here. I'll put all the stuff in place. I bought it, and Carl was out there with the barrier tape and with the yellow gear on and everything else. And so if he had been run over, what happens? If you'll bear with me, what happens if somebody gets run over in the street? The police are obviously called. The police will ultimately 2 or 3 weeks later investigate, and they would find if the PPE wasn't there, they'd go for hell for leather. If it was there, they wouldn't necessarily think, there's no risk assessment, but he's got PPE on. The catch to it is the PPE covers the insurance liability, and I went out and bought it. I got it all bought.
And then finally, there's no warning to Honiton Town Council that there may have been a breach of health and safety within that document.
No, because if I do that, what I'm trying to say is if I do that, then it brings into question all of the other things, inclusive of the rights of Carl. If you look at my witness statement, Carl did his back sort of November, December, January. I think it was January in the end. Because his truck wasn't working, and so I saw him and asked him what was wrong, and he yanked his back in some way, and so I tried to correct that. I bought wheels for the trolley because the wheels were busted, and I paid for the wheels to be put on in the end because I couldn't do it.
Thank you, Chair.
I just went out with my money, that's all.
Thank you, Henry.
I can't see
Councillor Taylor, I was trying to formulate a question from myself, but I can't actually get my head around how to ask this question. I'll try. I am confused as to why earlier on you were stressing the reasons why you put the criticisms of Mr. McCollum into your COVID compliance report, because it was your only opportunity to say some of these things. And yet I think what Mr. Gordon Lennox has just clarified is that you had in this document that was submitted to Honiton Town Council, as you thought confidentially, you seem to have had an opportunity to raise those issues, but you decided not to. Am I correct in that?
No, it's just time. We've got a time problem here. I am going out, I'm buying the equipment, I'm writing a COVID thing, I am writing a risk assessment that was nicked from the Gate to Plate. I got that via Phil Twist's services. That's exactly the same services that confirmed that the safe area, it's all in the picture back, behind the toilets, was ours and had been ours for 20 years with a license. And the most stunning thing I found out when I was talking to Carl, trying to get this, seeing what he needed, was that Carl had been given the keys for behind the Masonic Hall and a key to the safe area by Mr. McCullum. And Carl couldn't work out why he got the key. He opened it for me, and we went in and...
I'm not sorry, Councillor Taylor, I don't think that's a detail I needed to hear extra, thank you.
Right.
Councillor Rylance, have you got a short extra question?
I have. They're kind of yes, no answers really. Is it okay, Chair?
Yeah, fine.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So, Councillor Taylor, were you aware that Tony McCollum and Councillor White were engaged in a study of how to reopen the market throughout the month of May?
No, and there's an extra.
Sorry.
No, hang on. No, and it isn't throughout the month of May. They both agree in their witness statements. It was mid-May.
But you weren't aware of it?
No, the first I knew of it. The first I was told to do anything was the 28th, when I was asked to go to the meeting instead of the chairman.
Thank you. So, can you tell me, were you formally tasked by Honiton Town Council as a body to draw up a report? And if not, who asked you to do that?
It was advised that I would be doing it because I'd been formally tasked to do the office one. I'd done that and they all agreed it was very nice and thank you very much. Although Sonia Hawkins subsequently said it was no good. And so the chairman, knowing the rush, said that, well, you've been allowed to do the office one. And since you've got market experience, get out there and try and do one. Basically, I suspect was his reasoning. You'll have to ask him, please.
Well, that was the 28th, was it?
It was the 28th was the first time I was tasked properly. Well, I wasn't tasked before because I was told to attend a meeting, and that's where I saw, say, for instance, Mr. McCullum on the phone, and he says,
Okay, thank you. Do you consider that the word dumb is an appropriate word to use in a formal report?
Yes, and this is the catch here is the word dumb. The market it was talking about, and the market has high risk. And the point is the word dumb means that it doesn't speak for itself. You have to speak for it. And so I was speaking for both the risk assessment, i.e. the hazard identification, and the risk assessment. I was talking for the market to me, the risk assessor. It is the dumb means there's no information and I have to create it. It is non-speaking, it is non-informative. It is a word that I've used previously, like in a grant request when I've used that in that terminology, and certainly I've had a successful grant, but you obviously explained that's the use of the word. Dumb means it does not speak. You don't say about people anymore. The deaf, dumb and blind kid sure plays a meaning law is not language that I suspect will be allowed for much longer.
Fourthly, and lastly, do you accept that given that it was a global pandemic and that not masses was known about it at the time, that it was more appropriate to do this right than to do it fast?
The government said we could open it, and I rang my friends. I do put a page of little notes as to why I'd made some decisions, and those notes, I don't know which page it is, about 170 or something. They're things like, and people have said they don't know them because they don't. And I put in, for instance, I put in 3 cytokines. One of them is tumor necrosis factor alpha, and I put those in. Those are my notes. I rang my friends actually and asked them what they were doing about the pandemic. One of them is the friend of a best friend in Torquay, and it supervises this enormous now sequencing lab in University College Hospital complex. Well, it's not in there, it's by Queen Square. But so I knew what they were doing, and that is why actually Britain now has 50% of the rapid sequencing facilities for this kind of virus in the world. So I asked my friends, I do have friends. Hello?
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I think, Henry, do you have a last question?
Yes, there's 2 very brief points, Chair. I didn't go down. I did have some questions on the dumb bit, but the only question I was going to ask Councillor Taylor on that is if you turn to your interview response to that question, that Mr. Darcy put to you.
Hang on.
99.
Hang on, 99. I'm sorry about this. By the way, I've lost all pictures, so I don't know what you're seeing, but I'm seeing a black screen. 99. Oh no.
I can read it for you if you like.
No, I'll look at it because I've got them all here because I've got notes on all the witness statements. Page 99, I've got.
Yeah. So this was specifically a question about that comment, and your answer was, you said the school had complained about the spray from washing down coming over the wall. You said it was a dumb and stupid suggestion.
Yes.
Unhealthy.
That
yeah.
was,
which I think gives context for the comment dumb.
Yes, because it's a suggestion that is dumb. It's not informed. If I'd said a person was dumb, what you've got to read is it's a dumb suggestion. It's a stupid suggestion. You could not call a pupil stupid. You get kicked. But
you can call them dumb.
No, because it says a dumb and stupid. You can't call them dumb. I said you can't. Dumb and blind.
I think the point's made. And then finally, Chair, this goes back to your question about the intent of the document, if you like. So, Councillor Taylor said just now that he was rushing to get this done in the context of reopening the markets, which is, I think we'd all taken, certainly as an investigating officer and as monitoring officer, that was the intent. But at the beginning, you may well recall in the questions, he said that he wrote the compliance document in the context of non-spending on health and safety. And I made a note specifically.
I wrote it because of the context.
Sorry, what's the question, Councillor Taylor? So in that context, then, that's why I asked the questions of the appropriateness of being able to tell the remaining all of the councillors about the information that was otherwise data protection, health and safety employment, as Councillor Taylor is saying, or has said, that it was written in that context. So I effectively echoed the question of why he considered it wasn't appropriate to be able to say to the councillors, as the HR committee, that there were concerns about, specifically identifying concerns about health and safety for Carl Cracknell.
Can I answer that? I didn't need to do it in writing at that time because I was rushing around. I had done it by putting my money where my mouth was and buying it all. Then afterwards, I would have time to sort it out. But I went in there and I sorted it with money. And I know that may sound funny, but I just went, and in fact, Councillor Zarczynski and I drove to Exeter on the Friday, and we bought a pack of 6 downpipes, and we what's his name, sawed them, slapped them into 3 pieces, and then screwed them onto the wood plate, and then I put sand in them, which I took from my own patio area, and to make them heavy. And that's what was happening. I was just bunging the money at it because it's a lot faster and I could write it up in theory afterwards. I haven't done, I've just kept the money going actually.
So if you'd resolved all of this by throwing money at it, was there a health and safety risk?
What, when we opened? Well,
when you wrote the document?
When I wrote the document, you mean, can you tell me which page you're on?
It's your document, just your document, the COVID proposal. When you wrote that, was there a health and safety risk?
Yes, because that's why I spent money. That's why I spent money.
Sorry, you just said, so having spent the money, was there a risk?
There's always a risk, but it's a mitigated risk. I mitigated it so that the risk would be acceptable and the insurance would pay. For instance, if you
but you didn't then choose to tell the council that you had done that, or that there was a remaining residual potential risk?
There's always a residual potential risk. That's why if you look at the thing you had before, it goes 1, 2, 3, or 4. 1 is the lowest risk, but you have to have 1 because there's always a risk. Now you mitigate that risk, or 2, 3, 4, by insurance. Now, if you cannot mitigate the thing at all in a risk assessment, you don't do the action. You don't you don't expose to the hazard. That's the whole point. So one of the main mitigation factors which brings you down into acceptability is insurance. And if you breach the insurance, your mitigation is gone and your risk assessment's completely messed. That's the point. There are ways of mitigating the risk, and one most important one is insurance. Don't compromise.
You didn't think the council should know that you'd done that to mitigate the risk?
Well, I didn't have a chance, did I? I was too busy buying the stuff and everything else. I had
But you managed to write the proposal document and get that to the councillors, though?
Yes, because I had to put a proposal document in. I was asked to do it, and then I went out and stuck my money where my mouth was, because that's...
Yeah, sorry, Councillor, that's the key point, though, isn't it? Because you're saying you only went out to buy it after the proposal document. So the risk was there at the point you wrote it, and you chose not to tell the councillors of that, instead seeking to address it after the event.
I wrote the proposal document in the first week. It was between the 28th, 29th was a Friday. Then the 2nd was a Tuesday. We didn't open. We weren't ready. The 4th was a Thursday. We weren't ready. I didn't have the equipment. So that was when I went to Exeter to buy, for instance, the poles to have queuing areas. And the queuing areas were delineated between the poles with the barrier tape, which I got from Tool Station in Honiton. And so Saturday we could open. There wasn't a written thing properly, for the simple reason I'd done enough, I felt, to cover what was needed. The kids couldn't, there's a barrier tape to stop people running in between cars and things like that, and between stalls, all the way down the street now, between the cones, the stalls from the traffic. And we put barrier tape to stop it. It doesn't stop people. They duck underneath it. But if they duck underneath it and get hit, then I hate to say this, but it's not our fault. They've taken a risk and gone through the barrier tape. And that's all it is. What you do is to mitigate the risk to the council. If a person wants to take the risk, we can't mitigate that in the sense that they take the risk, but they'll have gone through my mitigation method for our risk. Thank
you, Chair. I think the point's made.
Yeah.
Chair, you're on mute.
Oops. I'm here. We'll now move on for questions from the complainants, John Burgess, Sonia Hawkins, Tony McCollum. If you have any comments or if you'd like to make any response to the representations made both by Mr. Darsley and Councillor Taylor, I shall come to you one by one so you have a fair chance to make any comments or add to anything that you'd like to do so. Firstly, in no particular order, John Burgess, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I need to clarify how I came to know about this, which is supposed to be a confidential document, because I've heard a lot this morning, which is hugely irrelevant to the case in hand. The whole
my sound is gone. I can't hear anything.
Yeah, and I can't see anything.
Can you hear me?
Sorry.
Yes, I can.
Sorry. Can you hear me now, Mr. Brzezinski? Okay, thank you. I'll start again. I've heard a lot this morning, which seems to me to be irrelevant to what we're here for. My complaint was to do with the document that I saw. And I'll tell you why I saw the document, because it's been said that this document was confidential. During the lockdown and the start of COVID, Honiton Town Council stopped meeting, and there were requests from councillors that they should start to meet via Zoom. And this didn't happen. I don't know whether it was because they refused to do so or they took an email vote, but anyway, they didn't meet by Zoom. However, some councillors, notably councillors Wyatt, Pollington and McVeigh, thought that holding informal Zoom meetings might be helpful. So they held some. I attended one of their meetings on the 2nd of June. And in that meeting, I said, is Honiton Town Council making decisions of which we are unaware? Because that doesn't seem to be very accountable. So I said, can you let me know if they do make any decisions and who's involved in making them and what they're about? So this is what I got from Councillor Wyatt later that week. In our town council surgery on Monday, you requested the council's making decisions via email to allow transparency on votes that should be conducted in public. You would like to see the evidence and voting record for each subject. Please see attached and below for the emails submitted for vote to the council by the mayor yesterday. The results of the vote were, so he then lists all the people who voted in favour, and this was in favour of opening the market following the documents sent to the councillors by the mayor. And there were 13 people involved in the council at that time. 3 of them did not respond. 1, I suspect, because she was probably at work. 2 people voted against opening the market, Councillors Wyatt and Pollington, and the rest of the council voted in favour. Interesting to note that of the councillors voting in favour, all of them are still on the council, bar 1. That one, and the ones who voted against and the ones who didn't vote have since resigned from the council. So this vote, this document, I say it came into my hands via the reply from Councillor Wyatt. And Councillor Wyatt, after giving me the details of the vote, then says, of note, throughout the day I requested, and the day they were due to respond to this was a Friday. And the Friday was the day before they wanted to open the market on the Saturday. So town councillors had no time really to assimilate the documents and the matters in hand. And I do not understand why the decision could not have been deferred for another week, because then it would have given all the councillors time to look at the documents, ask questions and respond in a proper manner. But there was a great rush on for some reason. I don't know where that power came from. Can I just finish, Mr. Trzynski? Then you can come in later, I think. So there was a lot of pressure on for it to be opened the following day. And so Mr. Wyatt puts at the end of his email, of note, throughout the day, I requested the correspondent from the EDDC Environmental Health Officer on the subject 3 times in order to determine their concerns. This request was refused and councillors voted without it. So that's the context in which I received the information. And interestingly, I don't know whether I should have received this, but I did receive the email that the mayor sent to the councillors requesting this vote to be taken. But he mentions the work done by Mr. Taylor, but doesn't mention anything to do with the work that had been done also by Mr. Wyatt and Mr. McCullum. As far as the letter itself is concerned, which came to me via that email, I looked at it and I looked at the points where Mr. McCullum and Mr. Wyatt are referenced, and I highlighted 11 places where I felt that the comments were disparaging to both Mr. Wyatt and Mr. McCullum, but more especially to Mr. McCullum. And it seemed to me that this was in breach of the Code of Conduct, which is why I made the complaint. In the process of making the complaint, I filled in the proper form, and I was asked in the course of that form what I thought the appropriate response should be from Mr. Taylor. Now, I found the document to be most confusing and not at all a clear statement of what really the matter was, and that is how could the market be opened and so on. I thought there was a lot of stuff in there that was irrelevant. But I was asked to say what would be the appropriate response for Mr. Taylor should this complaint be put to him. And I felt that simply that there were disparaging references, and the appropriate response would be an apology. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burgess.
Sorry, I can't see anybody. This is John Taylor.
No, I'm sorry. You don't get a chance to comment at the moment, Councillor
I
Taylor,
can't see
nor
you.
Councillor Zazinski.
Thank you.
Sonia Hawkins, do you wish to make any comment?
Well, I would just like to reiterate really what Mr. Burgess has just said, that my complaint was about the words that were used in the documents. In my complaint that I put to the monitoring officer, I do actually say in there that I would be raising my concerns through the council's internal procedures, and that I'd already requested that a risk assessment was completed as a matter of urgency to deal with work-related stress to comply with the council's legal responsibility as an employer under the health and safety legislation. That has never been done. But I would like to say, in view of everything that's been said about risk assessments, the only risk assessment that I could find back in June when I made my complaint was one for the market, which was dated 2016. There were no other risk assessments that I could find for any other risks within the office or other things that you would normally find under health and safety. And as Councillor Taylor mentioned, there was a, well, it wasn't a risk assessment, the COVID proposal that was done for the office that I requested on the 13th of May, which I believe was received on the 18th of May. He said that I was one that didn't agree with it or think it was very good. Well, I mean, yes, I did make statements because I didn't consider it was a risk assessment that was in the format that the Health and Safety Executive, I did email all councillors with this, it wasn't in the format that was provided on the Health and Safety Executive website, or one that I had come across before. It wasn't something I found was user friendly. And then I've learned from what Councillor Taylor has said today that actually he wasn't producing risk assessments, he was producing COVID proposals. So there are no risk assessments in Honiton Town Council for any risks within the office, unless they've been brought in recently. But the only risk assessment I could find was one for the market. It does exist. You can just Google Honiton Market Risk Assessment and it comes up for 2016. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you very much. And Tony McCollum, do you wish to make some comments for us?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mine's going to be very, very short. I am not going to obviously respond to Councillor Taylor's accusations. They will be dealt with at a later date at a proper hearing. I will leave the decision to this committee based on the evidence they've seen today, and I will leave it at that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. So, Councillor Taylor, you've had the opportunity to put questions to Tim Darsley and make representations, but as this is your last opportunity to put your case, are there any other points you would like to make or any final comments for us to take into consideration?
But do I get to answer those comments that have just been made then? Is that what I have to do?
I think it would be best if you can add, if there's anything new you wish to add, that would help.
I can add. I'm looking at these notes. Oh yes, why we had to do it in a rush, Mr. Burgess. The rush was because on the 2nd of June, or the 1st of June, we could open. Markets in the open air could open. And it went for 2 weeks, 2 whole weeks. And then on the 15th of June, all non-essential shops could open in theory, which meant that we would lose that lovely little window where we could open a stall opposite a closed shop and have the same footfall pattern as the banks had been using when the bank's on one side and the cars are on the other. So the rush was to get the beast open before the 15th happened. The reason being that once we were in possession of those spaces, then if environmental health came in and said the shops opened and caused extra hazard, then we were in possession first. That sounds a bit mean on the shops, but in point of fact, I'd say that 70 or 80% of the shops did not open. And the reason was, of course, that they had a financial support that allowed them to stay shut longer. I suspect that's the case, but that didn't happen. But it was a 2-week window when we had this wonderful way of copying the banks. And if we copied them, why should we be treated differently? That's the question there. So we couldn't defer it. Now then, no. Oh yes. He said I'd done it. I don't know what that one was. Disparaging to Tony McCullum. This is the whole point of this hearing. I had to do the thing quickly, and I knew that there was no risk assessment. I'll bring this one back to Sonia Hawkins now. There is no risk assessment. There were none, and there weren't any for the office. And this was a disaster. We're well aware that it was a disaster, but we have done some since. We, for instance, imported the EDDC office one, which actually was 2016 and still is 2016, even though you've moved buildings. And so we've imported that and moderated it about 3 or 4 months ago, that kind of thing. We've had to do it. Now, why weren't they there? Well, we know why. We had a loss of a clerk. Then the deputy clerk, Sarah, was massively overworked. And then we got Mr. Nick Randall and his 2 assistants, and they were there for 6 months. Then we had Mr. Treadwin for 2 years and 1 month. And it's throughout those clerks who are the people who initiate and call us to meetings. They summons us. They didn't summons us for any of it. They did not install risk assessments. So yes, I agree. Honiston Town Council didn't have any risk assessments, and that's the problem I came up against. And that's the problem. And it's you can't, I think, blame the councillors who are not in the position of issuing summonses. With regard again to the risk assessment for work-related stress, yes, that hasn't been done, but I don't know. Well, it might have done. I have no idea. I didn't do it because I haven't done it. I've got to do some risk assessments now. I've been given the job for all risk assessments. I was given it at the council meeting last week, and pretty obviously I have done not anything towards it because of this meeting. But I will do as soon as I get stuck in. Now, what's the next one? No, they're not user-friendly. Well, they are as user-friendly as they are. The office one for the COVID, I identified what was needed. I bought the hand gel, I bought the red, yellow gloves, I bought the tissue, I bought all the stuff that I thought was needed. I also put in a risk assessment for the hot water that was in the coffee making machine area. Told them they should not use it for hand washing.
Councillor Taylor, I think we're really off the subject of the hearing
asking
today.
a question. I'm answering it, please. So that's okay. I answered her question. I did that, and I put the health and safety hazard of hot water from a boiler, basically, and there were 2 toilets, and so you could
again. I think we need to draw that point to a close, Councillor Taylor, because that's not the subject of today. Risk assessments for the town council office. Is that all you wish to say regarding the case at hand for discussion?
No, Sonia, I will bring that in the sense that Sonia wrote a response to, I think it was Mr. Councillor Carrigan, who said that I had identified serious hazards in the health and safety issues in the market. And that's when Sonia came and said that I hadn't done it for the offices, but they weren't serious in the sense that I don't know if they're there at all. But there is a difference between an office and putting Carl on the road at 6 o'clock in the morning, dark and raining in the cold. It's not the same risk at all. I found it, yeah, I found that a bit odd. Okay, that's that one. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Hello?
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I'm now going to move on to call the independent person, Alison Willan, who was consulted on the case. Mrs. Willan, do you have any comments to make, please? I think you're on mute.
There. Right, yes. First of all, obviously you've heard a lot of information today, and in view of that, I've had a quick look back at what I wrote when I was considering this case. I do have to confirm formally that the monitoring officer consulted me about the 3 cases, and that it was proposed to send them for independent investigation. So I was consulted at that stage, and then obviously I had a copy of the report and followed up with that. Now then, I agreed with the views of the independent investigator. There's no doubt at all that Councillor Taylor was acting in an official capacity when he wrote the documents that we're talking about here. And it's those that I focused on. Now, I have to accept that during the pandemic, officers and councillors couldn't meet indoors in the usual way. But Councillor Taylor is an experienced councillor, and I know he's taken a keen interest in the market. He's got considerable experience in that. He's covered for the councillor for the TDM. Sorry. Now then, I looked at the documents in very close detail. I think he made serious mistakes in commenting personally on the market, the TDM. I can't understand why he felt it was necessary to put those in what was intended to be a factual report. And I'm concerned still that he doesn't realise that that was inappropriate. There is no justification whatsoever for writing about Mr. McCollum and also about Councillor Wyatt in the way he did. I found I used the word disparaging as well, but actually the bullying behaviour, it had serious consequences, and I did feel that he'd actually brought his office into disrepute. Now then, there are a number of occasions when Councillor Taylor could have consulted me. He didn't choose to do so, and therefore there was nothing more I could do to try to help him. I just have to say that I still believe that it was wrong for him to put those comments in, and that there were appropriate steps he could have taken if he wanted to look at it from an employment point of view. So realistically, I think we're left with looking at the documents, seeing what was written and applying the code of conduct there. and I'm sure, you know, you will reach an appropriate decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. I think if this is going to be an appropriate time to break for lunch, and the subcommittee will then retire to consider the facts. Can I just check with perhaps Anita can answer the question? Should we reconvene after lunch as a group here and then go into our private session, or can we go straight from lunch to the private session and leave the slide up on Zoom for public? Anita, what do you recommend?
I'm conscious when I finish speaking, I can see Councillor Taylor has his hand up, but to answer the question, I think it is sufficient that you could cover off now with everybody that your intention, that committee members have heard enough for the moment to enable them to make a decision. Clearly, it's always clear to them, they are able to come back if they wish to and ask for more information. But I think if you're ready to retire, then you could make that declaration now. It would just save everybody hanging on for a lunch break and then coming back to hear that statement. Perhaps we could, I'm just conscious, given this new Zoom regime, whether, depending on what time you're planning to break, whether we could just come back, or the Democratic Services Officer could come back at a particular time just to give an update, maybe just to stop people having to stay on the screen, that they could come back at, I don't know, say 2 o'clock, if you felt that was appropriate. Otherwise, we'll leave the slide up and we will reconvene when we do.
Yes, thank you. I think given that it's both time for lunch and for the subcommittee to retire, I think that will be my plan. Before I go on to read that statement, Councillor Taylor, it's not a normal point for you to comment, but if you have a quick remark, please.
Yes, quick remark. I was not aware that I could approach the independent person at all. And so I would just say that I was not aware that is in the procedure. I promise you I was not aware of it. I thought that if I approached the independent person, I would be prejudicing their independence. And I didn't know. I did not know. So I apologize to her because I certainly didn't know.
Chair, can I just comment about the coming back bit? My only observation would be that, of course, public, it's being streamed to the public on YouTube, so there needs to be a time by which the meeting formally will reconvene, even if you're still retiring. So I think there needs to be a point at which the meeting starts again for the public if we're stopping the stream.
Okay, no, that makes sense. Right. Well, I think then my view is that the subcommittee will be retiring after we've had our lunch break, but I will hold on doing that for a second. I think officially we will reconvene in, it's nearly 1 o'clock. I think 3/4 of an hour, so 1:45 we will reconvene. I would recommend that the subcommittee now retires to consider the facts and whether there's been a breach of the code of conduct. Do my colleagues agree that we've heard enough to reconvene in our private session at 1:45, or do you wish to come back again as a group? Can you wave at me if you have a comment on that? Councillor Bond.
It's just very quickly, I'm sort of mindful that Councillor Nelson had a point to make that he was going to make later, and we haven't actually heard from him. So just in case he wanted to raise anything. It was a long time ago, I have to say, that he asked to speak.
Bob?
Councillor Bond, thank you. How kind of you. Actually, it's been more than answered as the hours have gone by, so no need.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance, are you happy that you've heard enough to go into our private session?
I think so, yes, I think so.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Zarzinski, your time for comment has really passed at this stage, I'm afraid. I think we've heard enough from Councillor Taylor.
Can I just ask you something, Chair, please? Will I get an opportunity to respond to some of the various points that were made, that obviously were made in relation to the Town Council and my position as chairman of the council. I mean, I haven't had hardly any opportunity to speak on behalf of Councillor Taylor or respond to comments made by Mr. John Burgess.
And obviously, the point of the hearing today are the comments made the complaints made against Councillor Taylor. Clearly, there are other people who get pulled into that discussion, but we're not examining your role in this today. So your normal right to reply doesn't really.
Chair, but I feel that some of the evidence given here is very misleading, and I don't think that John Taylor, is actually his case has been put forward in a proper manner as far as facts are concerned, because some of this is basically hearsay and very misleading to what I hear, to what I know is actual fact.
I think the committee has obviously had the comprehensive report and the comments from Councillor Taylor and the commentary from Councillor Taylor this morning. No. I'm not sure at this stage we feel it's hugely valuable to hear a lot more, given that a lot of what we heard is entirely directly related to the complaints that have been made. And we appreciate it's a complex picture, but we've heard an awful lot of extra information this morning. Henry, do you have another comment to make on that?
Well, yeah. So, I mean, there was a bit of an oddity here in that Councillor Taylor didn't provide the form to say that he wanted a representative, and there was a bit of a misunderstanding as to what representative actually meant. So it was agreed ultimately that Councillor Zarzinski would be his representative, but actually in the conversations I had, he wasn't acting as the representative, if you like, but rather was here to corroborate something that Councillor Taylor wanted him to do. But I have to say, in the procedure, that normally the representative or Councillor Taylor and his representative will get to speak, and you'll recall in our last one that effectively both got an opportunity. So you may want to consider allowing Councillor Zarzinski to address the issue specifically as it relates to the hearing. You quite rightly pointed out that the issues around Hoddesdon Town Council and him specifically aren't relevant to that. So you might want to give him that opportunity, and perhaps it might then be timely to come back after lunch to do that. But of course, I think if you're going to do that, then normally the committee and indeed myself again would have the opportunity to ask the questions or any questions that we think might be relevant. So he would need to bear that in mind, that if he was going to speak, then obviously that opportunity would need to be afforded to the committee and myself. But I think it's probably reasonable to allow him to have his say, and then there can be no criticism that opportunity wasn't afforded. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, what I suggest, therefore, is that during the lunch break, perhaps Councillor Zarzinski and Councillor Taylor can discuss what points it might be helpful for Councillor Zarzinski to put forward. Because, again, I have to stress, the subcommittee is looking at the complaints that have been made, what has been written by Councillor Taylor relating to Mr McCollum, and the impact that may be judged to have had on Councillor McCollum, and the findings from Mr Darsley and Mr Gordon Lennox. We're not concerned with aspects to do with the wider issues in Hoddesdon Town Council, risk assessments, health and safety issues that are just not relevant to this complaint. So perhaps you can use the lunch break to have a chat and decide, and then at 1:45, 1:45, I'm losing my time here, 1:45, 3/4 of an hour, we will reconvene and we will hear from Councillor Zarzinski with some comments that he wishes to make in support of Councillor Taylor, an opportunity for quick questions from the committee and the monitoring officer, and then the subcommittee will then retire to consider. And I hope that's acceptable and makes sense to everybody. You have a chance to think about it and come back, Councillor Zarzinski. So we'll reconvene.
Thank you very much, Mr Lennox, and thank you very much, Chair, for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you. So we will retire for lunch and we will reconvene in 3/4 of an hour at 1:45. Thank you.
Chair, can I just seek clarification if you want me to stop the live stream?
No, I would leave up the holding slide.
Oh. Yep, okay.
Thank you.
So attendees, if you remember to mute your microphones and turn your videos off during the break.
It's back again. I don't have that.
See you later.
I think we can mute, can't we, from within the system? Wendy, can you make sure everybody's muted, please?
Yes, I will do.
Thank you.
I'll do that one.
Okay, Chair, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope we've got everybody back with us. I think almost I can see people. Yep. Before we adjourned for lunch, we agreed that we would hear final comments from Councillor Zazinski in support of Councillor Taylor, and that will help the subcommittee come to a conclusion about whether there's been a breach of the code of conduct or not. Councillor Zazinski?
Yes, thank you very much for allowing me to speak, Chair. I'll try to be as brief and to the point as possible. May I first address some comments made by Mr. Burgess, where he's more or less implying that decisions were taken unlawfully, shall I say. May I just point out that Council, when the coronavirus kicked in and obviously the lockdown, we always acted on officers' advice. In this case, was the
Chair.
Clerk.
Chair, I'm sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. Can I just wonder if it's the moment for you to remind Councillor Zazinski that this is his comments in support of Councillor Taylor rather than a right to reply on the comments made by Mr. Burgess. I'm sorry to interrupt, Chair.
That's fine,
Yes.
Chair. I'll respect
Yes.
your decision on this one.
Please,
Yes, at the
please
time-
focus on supporting Councillor Taylor rather than answering anything you may have heard from other people here.
Fine, thank you very much, Chair. Yes, Councillor Taylor, well, I must say, Councillor Taylor, I do believe when he made his comments, it was at the time where there was considerable amount of concern in the council regarding HR issues relating to contractual agreements, performance and general councillors' behaviour. We did, Councillor Taylor, we all made, the Councillor Taylor was asked to do his report because there was no reports. The reports that have been mentioned all the time that so-called Councillor Wyatt and Tony McCullum and Councillor McCullum or Tony McCullum, our former town development manager, they never came to our attention. I've never seen one. They did not exist. In fact, Mr. Harvey, when he wrote, specifically stated, right, that he would only deal with myself and Mr. McCullum and nobody else. Unfortunately, that day or the next day from memory now, Mr. McCullum went off on sick leave. So I did inform Mr. Harvey that he would have to deal with me because obviously with Mr. McCullum being on sick leave, he should not be bothered, especially when he said he was going off with stress. Now, we had Councillor Taylor was aware. The only report that we seen was from the market assistant, who took it upon himself to come up with some proposals because we all knew we only had a 2-week window open to us when the government announced that markets could reopen. Now, those proposals made, both myself and Councillor Taylor looked at, they seemed very reasonable. There was nothing else for us to compare. Now, we then went and obviously made those decisions. I knew that it wasn't down to me or Councillor Taylor to make a decision on reopening the market. We then decided, and this was done as far as I'm concerned, with the approval of the Deputy Town Clerk, who I must say the offices were closed. I did issue instructions for the offices to be closed and only very urgent business to be dealt with. Now, we then went to the vote. And we voted on the basis of what was available to us and the various plans that were put in by the plan that was put forward by the market assistant, myself and Councillor Taylor. We went and measured up the whole high street. Now, councillors overwhelmingly voted, obviously by a majority, shall I say, to reopen the market on the basis that we needed to bring the high street back to life as quickly as possible. And I will say the market did prove a success. Mr. Harding himself came and inspected it on the day that we opened the market. And as has already been pointed out, that obviously the market, he was more than happy with the safety of the market. Now, obviously, Councillor Taylor might have been passionate because I'm sure that in the back of his mind, there were always, he also had all the other issues that we were facing as councillors. His report was meant to be internal, not for distributions to members of the public or to be used at any public surgeries that some councillors decided to take upon themselves, which they have a right to do. And basically now, because those reports were made public, obviously we are here today. But you must bear in mind that Councillor Taylor is a very compulsive, honest councillor. He takes his responsibilities very seriously, especially when it comes to waste of public money. And he does get passionate about things. He is used to doing reports to very professional bodies, and therefore he knows himself that any report that isn't factual is not worth the paper it's written on. He stated as he felt the facts were. Now, obviously it appears, and I know from my own experience, that bullying seems to be in fashion at the moment by those who don't wish to answer questions or want to avoid to answer questions. I don't believe that Mr. McCullum was ever bullied. In fact, there are...
Councillor Zazinski, I would just caution you to be careful in what you're saying on the feed, Councillor.
Okay, fine. Can I just say that Councillor McCullum was never, ever excluded. I have even evidence from 2 emails from former Councillor Wyatt. One was to thank, he was going to start working on a plan, but as Councillor Taylor was already been informed that he was going to do it, he thanked him and wished him well to save him time. Secondly, Councillor Wyatt did approach me during the lockdown to say that he had proposals for the regenerations of the High Street and wanted to put them past me. I welcomed that idea, that proposal. He did send me his proposals, and this is all documented. And I, in fact, advised Councillor Wyatt to get in touch with the town development manager with his proposals, because I didn't want to feel that the town development manager to get the idea that he was being undermined. Now, I believe that Councillor Wyatt did do this, and when there are references made that Councillor Wyatt was working with Mr. McCullum, from my understanding at the time, he was working with Councillor McCullum on the proposals that Mr. Wyatt had to regenerate the High Street. Nothing to do with the reopening of the market, because we've already established that there was nothing, and there literally was nothing. And that's why, because of the timescale, you know, Councillor Taylor took it upon himself with the market assistant. I was just a messenger boy in between, passing stuff on to other councillors. But to say that there was a report that I did not pass on to councillors, I don't know of any report. I have no reason to withhold reports from councillors. And I believe, I'm going to go to Mr. Darsley now finally, I believe that Mr. Darsley's report is highly flawed. It is based on hearsay, despite the requests being made to the monitoring officer by myself that Mr. Cracknell, this market assistant, should be interviewed because it's very relevant. He was not interviewed. Mr. Darsley's report is actually based on hearsay evidence given by 2 now former members of staff, which were fully aware that council was trying to address concerns relating to performance, etc., and various other things, and also a member of the public, which we all know there is historic evidence of his dislike.
Chair, again, I'm sorry to intervene, Chair. Democratic Services have just flagged that Councillor Taylor seems to have left the meeting. I don't know whether that's a technical error, perhaps at his end, or whether I'm just conscious whether we need to pause a moment to see if he's going to come and rejoin us, or whether we are proceeding in his absence.
Yes. I will sum up very shortly, Chair, anyway. I won't take up much
Hopefully
more.
he will rejoin. Councillor Zazinski, I think you need to constrain your comments to the matter that we have to consider. I also have to take some note of the fact that what you've asserted to be the case of what's happened in this case doesn't agree with the evidence that we have in front of us in the report about emails and reports written and sent. So I'm slightly confused, but please, I think if you've got any other comments to make, hopefully Councillor Taylor will rejoin.
Chair, this is the point I'm trying to make, that Mr. Darsley's report is not actually factual. It doesn't give the true picture behind the whole issue, because he has only been very selective on who he's interviewed, and he's not interviewed, and the way he's interpreting the discussions by claiming what Mr. Wyatt, what former Councillor Wyatt said, etc., it is in fact not the truth. Well, I'm not saying it's not the truth. It is not what actually happened. That's all I can say. And as far as the comments that I made about Councillor Taylor feeling passionate, well, he is very passionate about his work, maybe at times too passionate. But there's no way there was ever any bullying intention. In fact, I know for a fact that Councillor Taylor hasn't spoke to Mr. McCullum for over 2 years personally, apart from the one case, which I think is very important, I must say, regarding the meeting that's been referred to in the High Street. This was going to be a meeting between myself and former Councillor Wyatt. I was not aware, and Councillor Wyatt did not make me aware, that Mr. McCullum was going to be present. Unfortunately, at the last minute, as been said, I couldn't attend. So I asked Councillor Taylor to attend. Now, had I known that Councillor McCullum was going to attend, I would not have asked Mr. Taylor Councillor Taylor to attend.
Councillor Zazinski?
Yes?
Could I, as we haven't got Councillor Taylor and you've got Councillor Taylor's contact number, could you try and give him a call for us, please?
I will do that now with the chair's permission.
Please, yeah, put yourself on mute while you do so.
Yes, sir.
Councillor Rylance, are you going to have a question for Councillor Zazinski?
I'm going to have a question for Councillor Zazinski.
Okay, just hold that thought, please.
I've got some.
Hopefully we'll get Councillor Taylor back on, and then members of the subcommittee can ask Councillor Zazinski for answers to any further questions. You're muted, Councillor Zazinski. Oh, I see. Hopefully.
Sure, it's a unnamed device by the looks of things, so we'll just need to establish who that is coming back in.
I do believe Councillor Taylor's trying to come back on his phone because his laptop went on him. That's what I've just been informed by him, anyway.
Yeah, looks like a phone that's joined, but we'll just need to establish who that is.
Councillor Taylor, if you
sorry, Wendy. No, Wendy, you did.
Okay, Councillor Taylor, if you've joined by your mobile device, could you just do *6 and then we'll be able to hear you? Councillor Taylor, if you could just do *6.
And it almost looks like it's unmuted.
The microphone, I'm not sure actually, would the microphone signal icon come up? I'm not sure, sorry.
Oh, in Councillor Taylor in the waiting room again, by the looks of it.
Okay, I've just let him in.
One reason why we'll be glad to be able to get back to doing this in an office and we can all be in the same place. Although I'm not really looking forward to having to do that. But in this situation,
we won't have to use the words "we're muted."
Right, that looks like Councillor Taylor is coming back with us.
Yes, he's just muted at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. All right, he's back.
We have him back.
Okay. I think Councillor Zazinski, if you've finished there, we'll have a question for you from Councillor Rylance.
Yes, please do.
Hello, Councillor Zazinski. Okay,
Hello,
so I'm trying to establish in my mind the background of what Councillor Taylor knew or didn't know, in the crucial sort of period. And I just wanted to know, did you know that the town development manager, Tony McCollum, and Councillor Wyatt were preparing a report about the reopening of the market?
No.
Did you ask them?
Did I ask them?
Did you
No,
ask?
I
Did you
didn't.
ask Tony McCollum, since it would be his job?
I had no reason to ask them, because basically when the government announced for the reopening of the market, right, there was nothing, basically we had nothing from Mr. McCollum apart from the fact that we were told that he intended to move the market out the high street, which was against the traders' wishes. We couldn't find anything. I did, in fact, ask the deputy town clerk, was there any report? Because I do believe that she did circulate an email sometime previously saying various other points. And in that email, she mentioned that she was going to ask the town development manager to prepare a report.
Right. In our document pack, we actually have an email from Tony McCollum.
Yeah, and basically there was nothing. So based on that information, we started to work trying to salvage, trying to get a plan together to reopen the market as quickly as possible.
But that is somewhat at odds with the presence in this document pack of an email dated the 12th of May from Tony McCollum asking the clerk whether there was a will to reopen the market.
Whether there was a will, did you say?
Yes, whether there was a political will in the town council to reopen the market.
Well, there always has been a will to reopen the market.
Yes, but he was asking that specific question.
Yes. Well, I can't remember that. I mean, you're going back to May, and I can't remember that.
Okay, well, it's all in the document pack, Councillor Zazinski. So my next question is, are you aware of the email sent on the 28th of May at 16:14 by Councillor Wyatt to all the councillors, the town development manager and the deputy clerk, reiterating what had been going on and what their plan was for the future, for the next few days?
Well, there was, but there was nothing. There was no follow-up. There was nothing.
Tony has been doing a fantastic job looking through the many options and liaising with the key issues of advice.
That's Wyatt.
Yes, that's from Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, not from.
Yeah, so reiterating what's been going on and laying out a timetable for the next week, the following week, about how they plan to reopen the market on the 6th of June.
Yes, I am aware of that, but I've received nothing to follow that up with any constructive proposals.
So by the afternoon of the 28th of May, you knew that they had been working on a plan?
No, I had a communication, but I'm trying to recall now, you're going back a bit, from former Councillor Wyatt saying that they were going to look into it. But
it says quite clearly that they have been looking into it. But it says quite clearly, Tony has been doing a fantastic job looking through the many options and liaising with the key issues of advice.
Yes, but can I just answer that, please? Yes, that was probably said. I can only say yes, it's there in writing, right? But what I'm trying to say to you was that there was nothing to follow that email up. Hence, we did what we possibly could.
Except on the 29th of May, when Councillor Wyatt circulated a report about the reopening and a plan. So it's not actually correct. Your recollection of events and what was circulated seems to disagree with the evidence that the hearing subcommittee has in front of it.
But I don't remember receiving that plan, that report that everybody's saying that I did not forward to remainder of councillors.
Every single member of Huntingdon Town Council was aware that a report was imminent from Councillor Wyatt's email on the 28th of May.
I never received it. I've never seen it.
We have a transcript right in front of us.
Well, you may well have, but I've never received it, because if it was there is no reason for me to withhold passing on any reports. Whether I agree with them or not, it's irrelevant. I would have had no reasons whatsoever to withhold any reports that were submitted by councillors or Mr. McCollum.
I'm not on email though.
But I'm afraid, Councillor Zazinski, the evidence doesn't support that, because we actually have the emails that were sent. And also, I think, if I believe correctly, a comment from yourself that you wouldn't be seeking a vote on Councillor Wyatt's report. So, we do have two parallel stories here. And what we're basing our views on is really the complaints and the evidence that we have of what was written by Councillor Taylor. And it's very confusing to be given two different versions of what's happened.
Can I just say,
Councillor Rylance, did you have any further questions for Councillor Zazinski?
So yes, so I did have one. I've got quite a few questions, but I'm just going to skip straight to the last one. Did you feel that it was more important to reopen the market quickly, or did you feel that it was more important to make sure that every single bit of evidence was in place to reopen the market safely?
I would say both were paramount. Both issues were paramount in my mind all the time. At no stage, if I felt, in fact, myself and Councillor Taylor drove up to Axminster to see what they'd done, but I won't go into that. As far as I was concerned, I would have not been happy for the market to be reopened if I felt that it wasn't safe to do so. So really, your question, I mean, both of those were, one part of me saying, yes, we need to bring some life back into the high street. And secondly, but we can only do so if we are satisfied that we can do this in compliance with government regulations, which we did, I believe, because Mr. Harding confirmed that.
I suppose I'm only asking the question because Councillor Taylor's emphasised several times the fact that he was working to a very tight deadline.
Yes.
And that one has to wonder whether the deadline that was imposed on Councillor Taylor to produce this second report was excessively fast. And I'm just wondering why the haste versus the collecting all the evidence needed.
Councillor Taylor, can you please let me speak? Sorry about that, Councillor Ryan. Basically, yes, we were on a very tight schedule. In fact, we had hoped to open the market a week earlier, but because of obviously dealing with Mr. Harding, and obviously, you know, there were certain points we had to satisfy him with, or give him certain documents, because he didn't have anything else apart from he got from us, right? The market actually opened a week later on a Tuesday, as opposed to what we originally planned to do was the week before on a Saturday. So although we were under a very tight time schedule, but we weren't going to ignore what was paramount and very important just to open up the market because of any political, shall we say, intentions. That was not it. In fact, we opened a week later after we felt that we have satisfied Mr. Harding's requests.
Well, I was about to say, I mean, at several points, you have said that that the environmental health report was only advisory, and that you didn't really need to have it in hand in order to be able to reopen.
That's what we were told.
Put it this way, I mean, the environmental health is only an advisory body. It can only advise you, and it is wise to take note of what they say. You comply with them, but there was not there. It wasn't a question of. The only way that we could not open the market was if health and safety came back and said, you are breaking health and safety regulations. We felt we didn't. They are an advisory body. They cannot tell us what we can and cannot do.
But yet you were prepared to reopen the market without that report.
Safety. Sorry?
Yet you were prepared to reopen the market without that report.
We reopened the market on the understanding that we complied with all the government regulations, and that is distancing, marking off, whatever. As far as health and safety was concerned, by implementing those restrictions, we were complying with health and safety. What you must realise is that health and safety and risk assessment reports are not.
Thank you, Councillor Zazinski. I think we've covered that, and thank goodness it's not our remit to decide the rights and wrongs of health and safety and risk assessment this afternoon. Henry, did you have a question for Councillor Zazinski?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Zazinski. So when you were in your making your statements at the beginning of this section, you effectively focused on the bullying aspect, suggesting it wasn't bullying. Can I take it from that you are understanding of the criticism that Councillor Taylor was not courteous and respectful in relation to what he's done? Or said,
if I could answer that, I mean, had Councillor Taylor resorted to calling Mr. McCullum a derogatory name or something, then I would have I would have found that unacceptable. I believe that when I read Councillor Taylor's report, that it was just factual. He basically stated what he was feeling and what he found during his various, while we tried to get various documents together. So I didn't feel that he was being bullying. His language might have been strong, but like I said before, Councillor Taylor in his professional capacity, when he was a dean as a professional, his reports had to be factual.
Sorry, so focus on the question. The question was, leaving aside the fact you don't think it was bullying, do you consider that what he has said might have been discourteous or disrespectful?
No, I think it was fact. All he
Just
done was he stated a fact.
It's fact.
Sorry, Councillor Taylor, I wasn't asking you.
In my opinion, I can only give you my
Just
personal
fact.
opinion, Mr. Lennox, and I think
Yeah, that's fine.
in my personal
So
opinion,
if I can just
fact.
Yeah, so if I can just turn you to your witness statement that you signed off as an accurate record, which is document 80, page 85. So bearing in mind you just said that it's fact only. So in there you say, well, paragraph 26. So after going to the meeting, Councillor Taylor had sent round a note of what had happened, and the note included criticisms of Tony McCullum and Councillor Wyatt. You said you could not defend that. You had said to Councillor Taylor that it was a bit strong. Then in paragraph 28, you said that Councillor Taylor could have chosen his word better. And in 29, what he had stated was absolutely fact, but maybe he should have chosen his words a little more carefully.
Yes, I agree with. I don't dispute that, Mr. Gordon Lennox.
Okay.
You know, if it was me doing the report, I might have used different words. But however, on the end of the day, Councillor Taylor was only stating fact. We all, when we all put words together, and we all do our reports or our emails, we all have a way of doing things. Yes, I probably would have written it completely different to Councillor Taylor, and I agree. Yes. I thought it was a bit strong. Yes, it was, but it was factual. And
well, crucially, you said
many names.
No, crucially, you said you couldn't defend the criticisms of Tony McCullum.
Well, that might have been a misjudgment on my part, whether it was a slip of the tongue. Maybe I was misinterpreted when I said it, but I defended.
It's an accurate record.
Put it this way: I still defend everything that Councillor Taylor stated in his reports.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the subcommittee? Do you have any questions for Councillor Zarzynski? I can see people. Everybody's. I think in that case we have heard. Councillor Taylor, I have one last opportunity for you to make a very short comment. Councillor Taylor, we can't hear you.
I want to ask Mr. Gordon Lennox why in his one last letter, or letter before that, he said that that I will have to achieve something on judicial review. He had already, I will have to. He said will. You will have to on judicial review. There is no question, if you're going to be so precise about language, there is no doubt, and Mr. Gordon Lennox will find it, that he had already decided and prejudged that I will have to go to a judicial review. There's no question of it. Ask him, and it's, I'm not making it up. It's a prejudgment. You will have to on judicial review. You remember that?
Well,
I'm not sure that that's an entirely relevant question for where we are at the moment.
No, I can answer it, but I don't think it's necessary for me to do so.
Thank you, Henry. Councillor Bond, do you have a final question for Councillor Zarzynski or Councillor Taylor?
I have a very quick question for Councillor Taylor, if I may. I know it's in the wrong order of things. Is that acceptable, Chair?
Yeah, and this will be the last one. I think then we'll have to see if we can move on.
It's a very short question. So I just wondered, in the scheme of all of this that's been going on and the upset that's been caused by Mr. McCullum in particular, did you not simply think, I will email everybody and apologise for the words I used, rather than go through all this commotion? Did that occur to you as a sensible approach?
I think that somebody's missing the point here. And I cannot do email. I have never done email. I haven't done any social media ever in my life. I cannot do it. I psychologically cannot do it. It was caused by a previous occupation. I cannot do email. I cannot receive them. That's why.
Maybe pick up the phone and have a chat and say you apologise. You know, there are all sorts of ways of achieving the same end without going through an entire hearing.
Well, we go through an entire hearing because I was prepared. This is which is not being accepted. I was protecting Carl Cracknell. It's simple as that. And when the market reopened, Carl was safe. I bought the gear, and Mr. Harding went through the market and said it's completely clear. Look at his last sentence, his last paragraph. He said it was well done. That's it. The market was well done.
Councillor Bond, I think you have your answer, really.
I have nothing to apologise for. It was all factual. It's facts, facts. They're cruel things. They are cruel things.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
The subcommittee will now retire to consider the facts and whether there has been a breach of the code of conduct. I just want to check again that my colleagues on the subcommittee feel they have enough evidence to come to a decision today. Perhaps you can all nod your heads. I can see everybody nodding. Great, thank you. Committee members and Wendy, we will leave this meeting and we will reconvene in a separate meeting. So it'll take a couple of minutes for us to leave this one and log on to a new one. And we will return in due course when we've had our deliberations. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it looks as though the chair and the rest of the committee will be joining us shortly. So if you can prepare yourself for the meeting to restart very soon. Thank you. Okay, Chair, are you ready to reconvene?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Sure, we've got Councillor Taylor with us by the looks of that screenshot.
You may not have realised that we've reconvened yet.
He's been here the entire time you've been out.
Ah, so he's just run away.
Is Councillor Slazinski here, or is he gone?
Yes.
Yes.
I can see Councillor Slazinski.
Councillor Taylor, we're missing. Councillor Taylor, are you there with us? Or here with us? Okay, I think we're complete democratic.
Okay, thank you. Before I give the decision of the subcommittee, Anita, do you want to comment?
Yeah, certainly. Just to say, Chair, that I was asked to attend the committee's deliberations to discuss the wording, the Honiton Town Council code wording relating to bullying, and whether, in my view, there was a need for an imbalance of power in relation to bullying, that the parties had to be at different levels, or whether that was required or not. And I've confirmed my advice that I don't consider that is needed. But there is an issue about the wording of the code, and the committee are happy with that.
And I believe we also clarified with you that if there is an imbalance of power, that may also be significant. To put it the other way round.
Yes, if I use the wording, my wording was that I don't believe there needs to be an imbalance of power to allow for bullying, but where that does exist, it is open to the committee to consider that adds an additional aspect to the complaint.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's worth clarifying that, because when considering aspects of bullying, it's a very, very complicated thing to consider, and we wanted to understand all aspects of that. I therefore firstly confirm that the subcommittee agreed with the findings of fact put forward to us today. So we have no disagreement with anything that was presented to us. Secondly, I need to confirm whether or not there has been a breach of code of conduct, and to refer to the facts and the findings and the part of the code that is concerned with that. And we have found that at the meeting in the High Street and throughout the comments in his COVID compliance proposal and associated documents, Councillor Taylor was disrespectful to Mr. McCollum. He therefore failed to follow paragraph 4A in the code of conduct, which reads, "You must A, treat others with courtesy and respect." So that's a breach of clause 4A. and also through his conduct during the exercise to reopen the market, and with the comments in his COVID compliance proposal and associated documents, Councillor Taylor was bullying to Mr McCollum. He therefore failed to follow paragraph 5C of the Code of Conduct, which reads, "You must not bully any person, and bullying may be characterised as a single act or pattern of offensive, intimidating, malicious, insulting or humiliating behaviour, an abuse or misuse of power or authority, which attempts to undermine or coerce or has the effect of undermining or coercing an individual or group of individuals by gradually eroding their confidence or capability, which may cause them to suffer stress or fear." So the subcommittee has decided that the member has breached the Code of Conduct, and we now need to hear representations as to whether a sanction should be imposed, and if so, what form it should take. Mr. Darsley first, please. Can we hear representations from you on those aspects?
Yes, Chair. In my view, it would be appropriate to impose sanctions of censure, firstly. An apology to Mr. McCullum, and training concerning the roles of members and officers and appropriate relationships between them. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I was just scribbling notes there. Henry, do you have any representation on censure, any actions that should be taken?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so my findings letter, which is Appendix C, B it was. C, Appendix C. Yes, effectively, I came to the same conclusion: censure, personal apology to Mr. McCullum, and training in relation to the Code of Conduct, and more specifically, bullying is what I wrote. I think what Mr. Darsley says in terms of the training of roles and members and officers and the appropriate relationships can encapsulate that, because it is about respecting the nature of the roles and how to treat people, which would necessarily overcome it. But I think in terms of the committee's deliberation, obviously it would be, bear in mind previous conversations, it would be useful if that's made clear in your decision, specifically what you want the training or think the training should cover. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just writing a note, bear with me. Councillor Taylor, can we please hear a representation from you on those aspects that have been suggested? And if there is any mitigation that you wish us to take into account, can we hear that too, please?
I think you're muted, Councillor Taylor.
Now it is. Right, it's now unmuted. Is that right?
Yes,
Can you
yes,
hear me?
Councillor.
Thank you. The mitigation is what I've always said. I cannot stand by and see a man's health, safety and life put at risk when I can do something about it. To reopen the market with the same situation as went before would have just done exactly what was before. And I'm sorry, I find that I have to protect the health, safety and welfare of all my people, and especially the life and there's no question of it, life of a person. There's no question of it. I'm sorry if this doesn't come nicely, because I don't think the purpose of what I did was wrong. I was attempting to save, save health, save physical health. I know that he'd already been hurt, that's Carl, and you refused to accept that I had a duty to another person, and you refused to accept it. And the evidence is incontrovertible that that it was a planned thing, because I gave you the two things. One that there was a plan not to invest in health and safety. That was a fact. And the second was that the person concerned bought himself lovely safe wear, but left Carl without any. And I put the pictures into you. I did all of that. And my duty is to save a life. I'm sorry. And that's not going to help me at all. I know, but I would like one other thing before we go. There was a comment that I didn't do training for last time. Actually, Mr. Gordon-Lennox will know this. On March the 7th, 2016, we had a training session agreed for the whole council, and Chetna Jones cancelled it and moved a policy meeting into its place, and I had to have training before the end of March. I did have training subsequently, but that's beside the way. But Mr. Gordon-Lennox actually did get that wrong in his comments. But as I say, the mitigation is I was saving a life or limb, and I will never ever be sad about that. That's it. That's the mitigation.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. The committee will now move again to private session to consider the representations. As previously, we will take the Democratic Services Officer with us, and we may ask the legal officer to join us if we need further legal advice. So subcommittee members, please leave and rejoin the separate meeting.
Oh, Debs.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the chair and the subcommittee members will be joining us again shortly, so we'll soon be underway again if you can prepare yourself. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, they'll be with us very shortly. They're just finishing up now. Thanks for your patience. Okay, Chair, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Right. Do we have everyone back? I think so. Everybody moves around, which makes tracking everyone quite difficult. You're not looking in the same place. Right, thank you, everybody. The subcommittee has considered the representations at this stage of the hearing and agreed that the sanctions will be, and a formal decision notice will be issued within 2 weeks, which will provide full details and more wording. But there will be censure that Councillor Taylor undertakes training organised with the monitoring officer in relation to the code of conduct, and very specifically related to bullying and the impact of behaviour upon others, and the relationships between officers and members. Following that training, Councillor Taylor is asked to issue a written apology to Mr McCollum with the wording agreed with the monitoring officer. The subcommittee would also like to note that we are disappointed that Councillor Taylor has not felt able to issue an apology to Mr McCollum before, and indeed has declined to do so when given the opportunity today. But we hope that following training, Councillor Taylor will be in a position to understand the impact of his words and behaviour upon others, and will therefore issue an apology. So, as I've said, we will issue full findings with reasons by post to Councillor Taylor, and we'll issue that within the next 2 weeks. Anita, do you want to comment on the advice that you gave?
Yes, certainly, Chair. Just to confirm that I was asked to attend subcommittee to provide advice on the applicability of sanctions, what is applicable and what isn't, what can be enforced and what can't, and the issues relating to non-compliance with sanctions. They were discussed, as well as the wording for these, just confirming the wording for these sanctions, and also some wording for the final decision, which will follow in due course.
Thank you. I now invite the subcommittee to hear any representation from the investigator and the monitoring officer as to whether or not any recommendations should be made. Do you have any recommendations to make?
No, Chairman, I don't.
Thank you. Henry?
Thank you, Chair. I think in the context of this hearing, I don't think I do. I think it's probably that to be picked up another time. So for now, no, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I need to read out the decisions again on the findings, or have we concluded for today?
I think so long as the subject member, Councillor Taylor, is clear, and they will follow in writing anyway. But if everybody's clear, then I'm content that's sufficient.
Thank you. I would like to thank everybody for their participation today, and for bearing with us, those who've been watching remotely. This hearing is now closed. Thank you.